I swear by the sun god Utah on this very day, and my younger brothers shall be witness of it, in foreign lands where the sons of Sumer are not known, where people do not have the use of paved roads, where they have no access to the written word, that I, the firstborn son, am a fashioner of words, a composer of songs, a composer of words, and that they will recite my songs as heavenly writings, and that they will bow down before my words. These dramatic statements by Shulgi, the second king of Ur, echo from the Sumerian Renaissance period. The Renaissance period in Sumer was, however, short-lived. Kingdoms of Sumeria is the story of these mysterious people and their successors. It is the story of what they achieved, what they preserved, and how each one fell from grace. Before we go there, we must address how the Sumerians actually came into being.
You look so beautiful, babe. I'm sorry, Mr. Coffee. I'm screaming. I'm sorry,
Sumerian history is purported to begin around the 5th millennium BC, when a people known as the Ubaid culture established settlements in the region that became known later as Sumer. These settlements gradually developed into cities, becoming the principal Sumerian cities of Adab, Eridu, Isin, Kish, Kolab, Lagash, Larsa, Nippur, and Ur. At some point, the Ubaid peoples, precursors to the group we call Sumerians, intermingled. They are both mysterious in their own right. They efficiently morphed into one denomination in the 3000 BC era. The Ubaid group are renowned for their serpent-like deities. The site where the unusual artifacts were discovered is called Tel al-Ubaid, although figurines have also been found in Ur and Eridu. The al-Ubaid site has very little left, just a small amount, about half a kilometre in diameter and 2 metres above the ground. It was Harry Reginald Howell who, in 1919, unearthed male and female figurines. They were found in different postures, and most of the figurines appear to be wearing a helmet and have padding of some kind on the shoulders. Other figurines were found to hold a staff or sceptre, possibly as a symbol of justice and ruling. Each figurine has a different pose, but the strangest of all are the female figurines nurturing babies suckling milk. The child is also represented as a serpent-type creature. The figurines are always presented with long heads, almond-shaped eyes, long taped faces, and a snake-like nose. What exactly they represent is completely unknown. According to archaeologists, their postures, such as a female figure breastfeeding, do not suggest that they were ritualistic objects. So, what did these snake-like figures represent then? Whatever they were, they appear to have been important to the ancient Ubaid people. We know that the serpent was a major symbol, used in many successive cultures to represent a number of gods. The Sumerian god Enki is a prime example, the snake being of huge significance in late adaptations to Sumerian.
At the site of Qasr el-Saga.
Which brings us to the Sumerians. In 3250 BC, another mysterious group came to the cities. They began to intermarry with the native Ubaid people. These people became known as the Sumerians. Interestingly, no one can be sure where the Sumerian homeland is. When we speak in later periods of Sumerian culture, in the era of 3000 BC onwards, we are technically speaking of the fusion of the Ubaid and Sumerian groups. There are claims that they are Semites who moved in from the west, and there are beliefs that they have migrated from northeastern Mesopotamia. The Semite perspective likely stems from the later influx of Amorites. The Amorites were likely the biblical giants of Canaan, which we'll discuss later. There is notably a concerted effort to claim the heritage of the Sumerians. When we look to the northeast, the region of Turkmenistan and Central Asia, particularly the Hindu Kush and Köpek mountains, seem incredibly interesting to say the least. We know the Sumerians had a complete obsession with lapis lazuli.
Oh,
Epic
what?
Gilgamesh even tells us
Are you
that
serious,
the
boss?
Greeks
Holy
revolved
crap.
around
What?
mineral lapis. They believed their gods in lapis
You're the realist,
lazuli
man. You're the
palaces,
best, dude.
The sun moon and
You're
Venus
the
would
fucking
rise from
realist.
the palaces,
You're the man, dude.
travel the
Thanks so
sky,
much. Are you
and
serious,
return to the
man?
palaces at night.
Dude, thank you so much. Are you serious, man? That's so cool. I really, you're the man, dude.
Sumerian art is dominant in
Holy
lapis
shit.
lazuli.
Oh my god,
This
pressure's on.
Sumerian commodity is a unique signature only found in one
Yo,
specific
thanks, man. Hope you're doing well, dude.
Sang lapis
I was lurking in your
Which
chat
extensive
earlier, or in
mining
your
for
stream. I
6,000
saw you were doing
years.
essay runs.
In the standard of Ur
Thanks,
shown
man.
here, now housed in the British
Yo, I really
Museum,
appreciate it. That's sick of you, dude.
it demonstrates just how
Wow.
lapis dominated
Alright.
their art.
Pressure's on. Oops, that's not very good.
We even
the
get
vape,
another
we should
curious
fucking
object to the clothing they
Load
wore.
the vape, load it up.
This combed sheepskin attire, unusually unique, is reminiscent of ancient Turkmenistan cultures.
Hope your runs went well, man.
We see an individual playing an ancient harp on the standard of Ur.
I saw you were practicing some Aztec. I'm
This beautiful Sumerian
gonna guess
constructed
a couple runs of yours ended on Aztec, unfortunately. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass, as you know. Way more than I do.
From the same archaeological finds, we have the delicate ram in the
Alright,
thicket,
whatever.
a composite of gold and lapis. an
Lost the
artistic
run on control. Oh no,
these two valuable
that's
minerals
that's
we see
fucking.
spread as far
That
as
sucks. Oh my god.
The Ishgar Gate, now housed in
Holy
the
crap,
Third
nice,
Museum,
man.
shows
Oh, I
beautiful
guess you didn't get it,
lapis
though.
glazed tiles. It also gives you an idea of the quantity and sheer distance that they transported this material.
Alright, we need to warm up.
Sumerian gods and early statues always depict blue eyes, a significant feature in their artistic representation.
That sucks, dude.
Physically and methodologically,
Oh, you're done,
their
Aztec,
lapis
yeah.
eyes look to the lapis heavens.
Nice, man. Yeah, I also, I turned up the ads. I'm sorry if people are watching like
Biogeographic
ads.
research involving
I turned
haplogroups
up the
does
frequency of
indicate
ads. We have
influence
some,
from
we have a couple ad blocker quotes if people
Turkmenistan.
want to
Few
download
traded the quantities of
ad
lapis there.
blocker. What was it, 138, 139? 139, 140?
You find
Can't
ancient
remember.
settlements and artifacts similar to the
Yeah.
Ubaid culture. Was there an Ubaid influence in Turkmenistan?
Alright, let's get this time.
Anu, and other Neolithic settlements.
Yo,
are
thanks, man.
incredibly
Thanks for the
similar.
raid, dude. It's fucking
These
legendary.
artifacts at Gono tape show a close resemblance to Ubaid
Oh,
art.
to turn on the light.
It really does seem when you go looking for Sumerians, you find the Ubaid culture too. Which brings us to the same problem of when exactly they fused together as one culture. The only thing we do know for sure is the Sumerian language is completely isolate. It is as if they were inserted into Mesopotamia, fully equipped with an amazing
Yeah, that's true.
skill set.
That is true.
Trade and commerce can provide interesting evidence, but it does
Really
not
slow.
prove origins. It
Too slow.
proves how extensive their trade network was. In the centuries that followed, with the immigration of the Sumerians, the country grew rich and powerful. Art and architecture, crafts,
Thanks, dude.
religious and ethical thought flourished. The Sumerian
Fucking
language
legend.
became the prevailing speech of the land. The people here developed a cuneiform script, a system of writing on clay. The script was to become the basic means of written communication throughout the Middle East for a further 2,000 years.
Oh my god, that's brutal. Whatever, we need to practice. Need to warm up. Appreciate. Seems like you've been on this grind for a while. Yeah, I know. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah. I don't know. I've been trying to do... Yeah, true, man. Thanks, dude. Lately, I've been trying to do the natural stuck mainframe, but...
The rise of the Sumerian civilization from
It's
obscurity to enlightenment
so
is
inconsistent.
phenomenal.
I'm also
There
inconsistent
is
at the
no
start.
doubt about that. There was no trial and error, no evidence
Brutal.
of slowly evolving civilization. The Sumerian civilization almost sprung into existence overnight.
Yeah, man, I mean, I
In
feel
a
like I'm like at
relatively
least
small
one
window of
PB
time,
away.
The leaps and bounds
Whatever the
in
time will be.
technological, artistic, spiritual, and
Brutal.
architectural achievements are breathtaking. We desperately cling to discover a trigger for this. One particularly bright leader or visionary doesn't do it. There is no evidence for that. No influence from another neighbouring advanced regional culture either. It is as if the Sumerians were savants from day one. The legacy of the Sumerian savants is highly significant. They were advanced business administrators and used a system of counting based on the unit 60, the sexagesimal system rather than the decimal system, which is based on the unit 10. The sexagesimal system is still used today in computing divisions of time, 60
I
seconds
got
to a
boosted
minute,
there
60
weirdly.
minutes to an hour, a day of 24 hours, and a week of 7 days. They based their angles, divisions of 360, multiples of 60. They also created a lunar calendar, attributing more importance on the movements of the moon, unlike the Egyptians who worshipped the sun. We know this from their worship of the lunar god Nana in Akkadian Sin. There is an extensive array of data provided by archaeology on Mesopotamian astronomy. However, the intellectual approach
Yeah,
of
I
the
feel like
Sumerian savants
it's
has
such
never
a
been
pain to
analysed
watch, but
scientifically.
I feel like I have to do the
Presumably,
natural,
They observed the motions of the moon
the
before the
natural
appearance
stuff,
of
or else
writing.
it's just not fast
The need
enough.
to record lunations precisely and
I mean, I could
repeatedly
get like,
simultaneously gave rise to the invention of
I
time
don't know,
and
140
writing.
or something, maybe 141 with the
This was
with
an
the
incredibly
force stuck,
important
but
step in abstract thought. The abstract thought didn't stop there. Recently discovered evidence shows they tracked the motion of Jupiter using a precursor to modern calculus, the area under a curve. Babylonian astronomers used simple arithmetic to predict the positions of celestial bodies. They also employed sophisticated
Like, it's just so dumb.
methods that foreshadowed the development of calculus. Historians had thought such techniques did not emerge until 14th century Europe. Although the tablets prove Leibniz and Newton newly rediscovered calculus,
burn. I like this level though.
the revelations didn't stop there. Matthew Ossendriver of Humboldt University in Berlin bases his findings on a re-examination of clay tablets dating from 350 BC.
Yeah, I need to come
50
back to
BC.
Archives 16. I want to try Archive 16 2.x.
A trapezoidal
Now that I
figure.
learned a little bit, 2.x down
It was
53.
assumed unrelated to anything astronomical.
think-
Ossendriver studied two other tablets that also prescribed to the drawing of a trapezoid, and in these he thought a difference to Jupiter. The giant planet was an obsession among the Babylonians, who equated this planet with their main god Marduk, the actual patron deity of the city of Babylon. But the Jupiter link was tentative. Retired Assyriologist Hermann Hunger of the University of Vienna visited Ossendriver, bringing photos taken decades ago of an uncatalogued Babylonian tablet from the British Museum that described some of the astronomical computation. Alone in his office a few months later, Ossendriver perused the photos. Images were blurry and the inscriptions slanted, making them hard to read, but he realized the numbers were identical to those of the trapezoid inscriptions he had been scrutinizing. By comparing the photos with fragments of other Babylonian texts, he discovered that the computations described to the motion of Jupiter. Examining all of the tablets at the British Museum, Ossendriver figured out that the trapezoid calculations were a tool for calculating Jupiter's displacement each day along the ecliptic, the path that the sun appears to trace through the stars.
What?
The computations recorded on the tablets covered a period of 60 days, beginning on the day when the giant planet first appeared in the night sky just before dawn.
I wonder if I
During
went for the headshot, that would have worked,
Jupiter's
maybe.
motion across the sky appears to slow. Such erratic apparent motion stems from the complex combination of Earth's own orbit around the Sun with that of Jupiter. A graph of Jupiter's apparent velocity against time slopes downwards, so that's the area under the curve forms the magic trapezoid. The area of the trapezoid in turn gives the distance that Jupiter has moved along the ecliptic during the 60-day period. Calculating the area under a curve to determine a numerical value is a basic operation known as the integral between 2 points in calculus. Discovering that the Babylonians understood this was the
More
real
practice.
aha moment. Delving into older, purely mathematical Babylonian texts written between 1800 BCE and 1600 BCE, which also described computations with the trapezoid, he realized that the astronomers who made the tablets had gone a step further. To compute the time at which Jupiter would have moved halfway along its elliptic path, the astronomers divided the 60-day trapezoid into two smaller ones of equal area. The vertical line dividing the two trapezoids marked the halfway time. Because of the different shapes of the trapezoids, it indicated not 30 days, but slightly fewer. The Babylonians had developed abstract mathematical, geometrical ideas about the connection between motion, position, and time that are so common to any modern physicist or mathematician. Their presence testified to the revolutionary brilliance of the unknown Mesopotamian scholars who constructed Babylonian mathematical astronomy. After cuneiform died out around 100 AD, Babylonian astronomy is thought to have been virtually forgotten. It was left to French and English philosophers and mathematicians in the late Middle Ages to literally reinvent what the Babylonians had invented, developed, and ritually practiced as far back as
Rated by the man that discovered the glass opening legend. That's so epic.
Their mathematical prowess, their abstract reasoning would tell us something about why human beings do science in the first place. The legacy of Sumerian civilization was completely adopted in its entirety by Babylon. The only thing we can say for sure is that the trail of the savants in this region on the level of Newton goes back to 1800 BC as a minimum.
What? The double duck?
The Sumerian cuneiform writing was a revolution. Every conquering kingdom of Sumeria adopted it. It is even thought to have inspired Egyptians to create their own script. It spread geographically and was to be used by the later Persian Empire, while the technical inventions of the potter's wheel and the wheeled cart appear to have emerged from Sumerian civilization. It is the successive Babylonian astronomers who preserved their mathematics and number system. The 23rd century
That
BC,
could have been good.
how the Sumerians had declined to such an extent that they could no longer defend themselves against foreign invasion. The cause of this was the endemic problem that besets most great civilizations: internal disputes, greed and power struggles. So weak had the country become that the Semitic ruler Sargon the Great in the 24th century BC succeeded in conquering the entire country. Sargon
There's like
founded
some
a
weird
capital
lag there.
called the Gyges in the far north of Sumer and made it the richest and most powerful city in the then known world. The people of northern Sumer and the conquering invaders eventually interbred, and the people became known as Akkadians. The land of Sumer acquired the composite name Sumer and Akkad. This young civilization was not to flourish, however, and another race of people, the Elamites from modern-day Iran, attacked around 2004 BC, conquering the principal city of Ur. It was in turn sacked and burned.
Yo, told the legend also. Finally finished
During the
unpacking, man.
centuries, intercity struggles for the control of Sumer and Akkad.
Congrats, man.
It was Hammurabi.
I gotta turn this down a little bit.
Sole
It's a bit
rule of
loud.
Sumer and Akkad.
It's a bit loud,
around
isn't it?
1763
Sorry,
BC.
sorry for hitting the mic again.
This date cleave marks the end of the Sumerian state. Sumerian civilization, however, was adopted in its entirety by Babylon, which brings us back to the Jupiter cuneiform tablet.
Hell yeah, dude.
This wartime of Hammurabi
And you
1800
fucking recovered
BC
from COVID.
was not the time to invent calculus.
That's legendary,
Everything
man.
else, it was a Sumerian gift to the world, and the successive Babylon
Is the power tower
preserved
connected? I know I ask you that
Sumerians completely
before
disappeared
every
as
time.
people. Their
As
language
long as the
was
power
the
tower is
language of
fucking...
culture,
Yeah?
and their writing,
Nice. Oh, the jack
their
off
business
of COVID,
organizations,
sorry, man.
their scientific knowledge, and their mythology spread westward to
Here we
Babylonians
fucking
and
go. Okay,
Assyrians.
we're like...
If it were not for the
We're warming
Babylonian
up.
record keepers, we may have never known the profound level of
It's the
mathematics
only
they
thing?
acquired.
Aw. No worries.
There is a link to their scientific and legacy and the basic Sumerian number system. The Jupiter calculation tablet even uses a 60-day count. They were obsessed with the unit 60. It was simply embedded in their thought process. Nobody explains professionally why they were calculating the precise position of Jupiter, or why they used the basic 60 system in the first place. It is waived as a superstition by the very science journals that published the find. Because Jupiter is associated with their god Marduk, this advanced math is regulated to the superstitious astrologer
man.
who owns the fact. True, there was no segregation between astrology and astronomy in all ancient cultures.
This might be a really boring
Babylonians
video.
likely utilized their astronomers and mathematicians to give omens and divination, at times to demonstrate their power and prestige. Precession of the equinoxes, the motion of the equinoxes along the plane of Earth's orbit, must have been known for centuries. It has an incredible link to the base 60 system that is never addressed. In compiling his famous star catalogue, completed in 1029 BC, the Greek astronomer Hipparchus noticed that the position of the stars was shifted in a systematic way from earlier Babylonian measures. Despite this known fact, the Greeks are still accredited with discovering precession. This indicated that it
Too
was
far
not the
back,
stars
it
that
might
were
work.
moving, but rather the observing platform, Earth. Such a motion is called precession.
Too far back, I
Consists of
think.
a cycle wobbling with a period of 25,920 years. This gives the famous 12 zodiacal ages of 2,160 years apiece. The 12 zodiacal ages that make up 25,920 is often referred to as the Great Year. Amazingly, the Great Year is exactly divisible by 60, 432 divisions of 60 to be precise. Each zodiacal age, for example, the age of Aquarius, the age of Pisces, is 2,160, and also exactly divisible by 60. 6 times 6 times 60, or 6 times 360. Simply speaking, if you wanted to choose a number system to deal with calculating precession, 60 is the number one choice. Precession in solar years is a natural base 60 system. If you have 100 sets to a dollar and 100 people to give it to, you simply would use the decimal system as it's intuitively natural to do so. You can break up the day into as many hours as you want. It's arbitrary, really. The same goes for hours, minutes, and seconds. However,
Pretty fast.
there is a dedicated number of solar years.
56
within
death
the
there,
great
that's
shift
kind of
precession,
fast.
and that
So that's like
number
not fast,
happens
but
to be
BB pace, I
divisible by
think.
60. For the Sumerian savants and their intellectually absorbing
Oh, it's too far back. I wanted to shoot the guy as fast as I could there. I should have lined it up better.
They certainly studied the stars for centuries.
It's fine.
Seeing a long cycle like precession is
That was a 4 stock, right? That was a pretty fast 4 stock. If I go wide like that, that's a pretty consistent way, but it's kind of slow. In the dark room.
In Hamlet's Mill, authors Santillana and von der Schelle state that ancient myths have no historical basis, but a cosmological one based on a primitive form of astrology. They recognize the importance of the heliacally rising constellations as markers of astrological ages and claimed that knowledge of this phenomenon had been known for thousands of years previously. The heliacal rising of a constellation is the rising of the constellation at sunrise on the equinox, essentially. We get a new one every 2,160 years, and we go through the 12 of these until we come full circle. They claim that to understand ancient thinking, it is necessary to understand astrology, not the modern sun sign or horoscopic astrology, but the astrology of ancient times, which was the common language then. They go further and state that our knowledge of the dawn of astrology and its relationship to ancient myths and star names is limited to about 2100 BC, during the renaissance of Sumerian culture. Instead of being able to examine the real old material. Author Philip Drummond makes his case that at the time of Abraham, the Amorites first recorded the shift from the age of Taurus to the age of Aries, as represented by the year commencing with the ram, Aries, rather than the bull, Taurus. The book of Joshua indicates that by the time of Moses, the equinoxes had already shifted.
I don't know why I was doing all that dancing there. That was really not unnecessary.
Moses had ordained that the civil year
Whatever.
should commence with the month of Nisan, Aries, rather than the month of Taurus. The feast of Passover probably a symbol of the age of Aries, with a paschal lamb, representative of Aries, traditionally a symbol of the ram or sheep.
Aw, come on.
The Sumerians weren't all science either. In the arts they created a rich legacy of literature, 3 of which deal with the story of creation, an epic of the flood, very similar in many ways to the biblical story of Noah, and the epic poem of Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh, being 2/3 god and 1/3 man, is the classic hero of Mesopotamian literature, a majestic, powerful figure, pressing the gods in vain for the secret of immortality. It It's worth noting that the whole reason Sumerian script was decoded was due to George Smith. who
Whatever, I
recognized
changed
the
straight. If I
difficulty
change my mind
of
halfway
the
through,
Sumerian
I'm before
language.
stuck.
As for their scripture and architecture,
The wide
it
ass
was so
turn.
well developed with their strikingly impressive temples.
I just want to see what this pause out is.
dominating the landscape. They
That was the
really
only
did
reason why I
capture
ran that is to see the pause out.
the nomadic Amorite
26.
tribes who relentlessly tried to penetrate this region really couldn't resist having a piece of the intellectual action. Tracing the legacy of the Sumerian savants
too slow,
with each
man.
successive culture in the region.
It's too s-
is
I'm
made
the
easier
long
as they
road is too
increasingly
slow.
adopt the genius of this Genesis culture. After having taken control, the Amorites adopted many Sumerian cultural ways, just as the Akkadians had done before them. They were assimilated into the existing culture, rather than replacing which had been so firmly entrenched for 1,000 years or more. The Amorites were a Semitic people who seem to have emerged from western Mesopotamia, modern-day Syria, at some point prior to the
I mean, I could do the
millennium
force
BCE.
stuck and
In Sumerian, they were known as the
hope for
Mark,
fast reaction. Shoot more into the room for the lure, the
in Akkadian
shooting lure.
by the name of Amaru.
I think if you shoot more in the
Egypt
room.
is a mark, all of which
Yo, Baron man, what's up, my man?
those of the West.
Hell yeah,
As does
bro.
the Hebrew name.
Nice emotes. How you doing, my man? I hope you're doing okay, my bro. You're in my thoughts and my heart.
Chief deity named Amaru.
Hope you're doing well
Ilusadi, Lord
with
of the
your
mountains,
new,
whose wife, Belit Seri, was Lady of the Desert.
yeah.
Which also became
Passing
the
your
designation
grandfather,
of
I'm so
people
sorry.
as the Akkadians also referred to them as people of Amaru.
Doing all right.
The
Thanks so
original
much. Yo,
Syria
you're the man,
as
dude.
Amaru. There is no record of what the Amorites called themselves.
I hope you're doing good.
The god Amaru's associations with the mountains and his wife with the desert.
Yeah, man. Again, you know, like I said, like I told you, I never knew my grandfather on my dad's side.
But this is unsubstantiated. Their origins are unknown.
I knew my grandfather on my mom's side until the age of like 7 or 8 or 9.
That the Amorites were giants is supported by the report of the spies who Moses sent through the land of Canaan. The Amorites were one of the people groups they saw.
And I see my nephew and niece
Numbers 30 in 29. And they claimed that all the people
growing up
whom
with
they
their
saw
grandfather
were
now.
men of great stature.
I just want to see how
Numbers
fast this
13,
is.
32.
Yeah, like that was slow and that was still 3 seconds.
From their first appearance
It's
in
just it's too
historical
fast
record,
to not do it.
Amorites had a profound impact on the history of Mesopotamia and are probably
It's
best known
too
for their
inconsistent.
kingdom of Babylonia under the Amorite king Hammurabi.
For sanity.
The span between 2000 and 1600 BCE in Mesopotamia is known as the Amorite period, during which their impact on the region can most clearly be discerned. There is no doubt that they influenced the people of the various cities long before that time, and their impact was felt long after. In search of the origins of the Sumerians, it is a process of gathering data on the individual cultures who interacted, interbred, conquered, and inevitably fused into one. The fusion of Ubaid, the Sumerians, and the Amorites are essentially the recipe that one must distill to single out who these people were. The Amorites first appear in history as nomads who regularly made incursions from the west.
There was a
established territories
bridge
of the
collapse in Philly.
Amorites were semi-nomadic
Like a highway
groups from
bridge
northern
collapse
Syria,
or something.
whom Babylonian literature
thought of you.
described in extremely negative terms.
Yeah, man. Jesus Christ, man.
The
Nightmare.
Amorite, he is dressed in sheepskins. He lives in tents in wind and rain. He doesn't
So
offer
fucked.
sacrifices.
Oh shit, that was like a
Amorite
major
vagabond
road?
is steep. He
Jesus
digs
Christ,
holes in
man.
his restless. He eats raw meat.
Aren't there
Lives
people
his
living
life
under
without a
under
home,
highways in
and
Philly?
when he dies, he
Isn't
will bury
Kensington Road or whatever under the fucking...
The bizarre element is
highway?
that if you read this negative Babylonian opinion of the Amorites, you would think that they would be the
I don't
last
even know if it's
people
named
to
Kensington
preserve
Road or whatever it
science,
is.
literature, astronomy, or astrology. However, the Amorites may have simply inherited the knowledge of the Sumerians, preserved it for their own motives.
I-95. That's what I took home from Miami. That's what I drove home with from
They never
Miami
cease to this day.
back to Ottawa.
It is likely that astronomical omens attributed
Right
to
through
the
Philly.
calculations of heavenly bodies.
Dang, dude. Yeah, on the to the East Coast to Boston and New York.
Decide to invent calculus to deliver omens about your god Marduk. There is a corruption in the scientific
I went
motive
north
somewhere
at
who
Washington.
developed the science.
I took I-95 Miami to
What
DC.
put to
Then I went
the motive of the
northwest.
Amorites was
I drove through
likely
Harrisburg,
from
Pennsylvania.
manipulation, and likely far
Pretty
removed
cool,
from
pretty
the
cool
original
drive.
Sumerian astronomers. A notable example of this is the Enuma Anu Enlil, a major series of 68 or 70 tablets, depending on the recension, dealing with Babylonian
Went
astronomy.
along the Finger Lakes up through Rochester, through New York, Pennsylvania, through by Gettysburg. Drove by Gettysburg. That was pretty cool.
The series was probably compiled in its canonical
Through the Appalachians.
form during the
Every time you
precise
hear
period,
collapse music,
1595
crumbling
to
infrastructure.
1157 BCE. There is certainly
Yeah,
some form
that's
of
literally
prototype
what happened.
Enuma Anu Enlil current in the Old Babylonian Amorite period, 1950 to 1595 BCE. Continued in use into the first millennium.
It's fast.
Visible copy in 101
It's also
BCE.
really loud.
It is believed that the first 49 tablets were transmitted to
Please.
India in just 4th
Like,
or
please
3rd
just
century
cooperate with me.
BCE, and that the final tablets dealing with the stars had also arrived in India.
I almost
just
shot him
before
right in the
start of
throat.
Common Era. There was a remarkable preservation process happening lasting centuries.
It's not fast. Gettysburg's
The term Amorite
cool. Yeah, that's
was
pretty
originally
cool.
referred to a specific ethnic group, but any nomadic people who threatened the stability of established communities.
Oh wow! How did it happen? Was there I heard there's like a truck under the underpass or some shit.
A certain tribe of people with a specific culture based on a nomadic lifestyle of living off the land
Or some
and
shit.
taking what was needed from the communities they encountered.
Truck under the underpass. What? Like how? What did it? Was there an explosion?
Finally, they directly threatened the stability of those in the established cities of the region.
Or was there just a sketchy truck nearby
This situation came to crisis during the
that
latter
could
part
have
of the early
housed
Third period,
the criminal,
also
the
known as
arsons?
the Sumerian Renaissance, 2047 to 1750 BCE. King Shuli and the Sumerian city of Ur constructed a wall 155 miles, 250 kilometers long.
There's a
Specifically,
Capitol
to
building in
the Amorites out
Harrisburg,
of Sumer.
like an old Capitol building,
The
you know,
wall
in
was
the
too long
U.S.
to be properly manned, however, and also presented the problem of not being able to overrun any kind of obstacle. An invading force could simply walk around the river to bypass it, and it seems to be precisely what the Amorites did. Amorite incursions led to the weakening
Little
of
too
Ur
early.
and Sumer, which encouraged the region of Elam to mount an invasion and break through the wall. The
I've
sack
never
of
been there.
Ur by the
It's the Capitol
Amorites
PA,
in
yeah.
1750
It's
BCE
pretty cool. There's like a
ended
big,
civilization.
big Capitol building, like in
This was
also
made
in West
possible by
Virginia.
earlier
In
incursions
what
of
city is it?
Amorites and their migrations throughout the region.
Richmond?
undermined
No,
stability
it's Richmond,
in trading
Virginia.
cities. Following
Maybe
the
it's
sack
in
of Ur
Richmond.
in 1750
No.
BCE, the Amorites merged
remember
with
the
the
name yet.
Sumerian population in southern Mesopotamia. They had already been
Something
established
special,
in
but
cities
it's
of Mari,
nice. It's
Edela, and
cool,
Syria,
historic
and
place.
had ruled in Babylon since circa 1984 BCE. The Amorite king Sin Mubilit had assumed the throne in Babylon.
I mean, I wouldn't
in
recommend you
1812
going, but if you
BCE.
happen to be there,
He
it's
was
on the river.
succeeded by his son, Amurabi, who is better known by his Akkadian name, Hammurabi. The fact that an Amorite king ruled in Babylon prior to the fall of Ur
Haven't been able to get a
supports the
clear
claim
answer.
that not all Amorites
Dang,
are
dude.
Amorites, and that, as previously
That's
mentioned,
crazy.
the term was used rather loosely to refer to any nomadic tribe in the Near East. Amorites of Babylon seem to have been regarded positively.
Yeah, it might have been
in the region.
controlled, honestly.
Amorites continue to be a
If there were
source of
no
instability. Amorites of
injuries, if no
Babylon
cars got
also
injured,
inhabited
and they just did it
cities,
during the
worshipped
time when they knew no
Sumerian
cars would
gods,
get
and wrote
would
down
get
Sumerian myths and legends.
fucked. But how do they stop the traffic?
The only thing we
It's
can
on a
say for
highway.
sure on the origins of the Sumerians is that there are trails of evidence.
You're just gonna stop
The
the highway
science was
down to
extremely
zero?
high at the very beginning of their appearance in Sumer. The Ubaid and Amorites have equally mysterious
Oh, dang.
origins, and at times difficult to separate.
Interesting.
Amazingly, there are over 1 million cuneiform tablets discovered to date. The majority are waiting to be translated. There are undoubtedly answers in them, waiting to be discovered.
Come on, please, just cooperate. Oh. It was slow anyways. Whatever. It could have been a run, but damn it, whatever.
In Kingdoms of Samaria, Origins of the Sumerian Savants, we neglected to mention what the Sumerians wrote themselves about their own origins. Like the many ancient cultures, they have a bizarre creation myth on their origins.
Oh my god, Dick. Toad.
Now housed in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford,
Toad
we
Dick.
have one of the most important writings preserved on this very issue.
Toronto Toad.
The Sumerian king list, as
That
it is
sucks,
commonly
man.
known,
That's scary
delivers
shit,
an
dude.
astonishing backdrop to the
Yeah, man.
sun.
People drive from
This Sumerian
Boston
king list,
to
however, still confounds historians after more than a century
Miami.
of research. There are many
Jesus.
renditions of this incredible artifact that have been recovered from various ancient
Tabernacle.
sites where flourishing cities once stood.
Why?
The list is an ancient manuscript originally recorded in the Sumerian language, listing kings of Sumer from neighboring dynasties, their supposed reign lengths, and the locations
Yeah,
of,
you know what, guys? I
quote,
might do some force
official,
sucks, honestly.
unquote,
This is really
kingship.
starting to piss me off.
What makes this artifact so unique is the fact the list blends apparently mythical pre-dynastic rulers with historical rulers who are known to have existed. The term mythical rulers and the term historical rulers are terms used by pure academic historians to counteract what they do not fully understand
No way.
regarding the length of reign these Sumerian rulers
What?
had.
Insane. What a moonraker. How you doing, man? Without a dark
Essentially,
quid.
what
Yeah,
historians
word.
cannot
True that.
prove, or they don't
True
believe
that,
to
man.
be true, is classed as mythology, an effective tool to restore their academic and intellectual
Yes.
prowess, rather than simply state they do not know something. That said, the mythologists cannot claim that everything in Mesopotamian mythology
I can totally
is
believe
based
that,
in
Baron.
theology or religious rituals either. As you're about to see, the truth might be that both the historians and the mythologists may be right. It's just the extreme prejudice perspective of each side claiming the knowledge, without looking at the
Radio,
details
jeez.
with an
Wow.
open mind. The first fragment of this rare and unique text, a 4,000-year-old cuneiform tablet, was found in the early 1900s.
Should we do
by
the water
German-American
ASMR?
Scholar Hermann Hilpring at the site of ancient Nippur. His findings were later published in 1906. Since Hilpring's discovery, at least 18 other
6
exemplars
months?
of the king's
What?
list have
Holy
been found.
moly.
Most of
That
them
is
dating
crazy.
from the
How are you
second
gonna get
half
around
of the
there?
Bison Dynasty.
Dang,
Circa
dude.
2017 to
Traffic's gonna be so
1794
slow.
BCE.
Wow. Now I'm starting to
No
think maybe it was
two
the
of these
government that
documents
did
are
it. Some
identical.
sort of weird,
However, there's
like the
enough
Suez
common
Canal
material in all
blocking,
versions of
right?
the list to make it
The
clear
block
that
of
they're derived from a single,
shit
as
from the north to
historians
the
put it,
south. Who knows?
idealistic account
I guess
of
that's
Sumerian history.
screwing over
Among all the
DC though.
examples of the
But
Sumerian king list, the Weld-Blundell prism in the Ashmolean Museum Cuneiform Collection, Oxford, represents the most extensive version as well as the most complete copy of the king list. The 8-inch high prism contains 4 sides with 2 columns on each side. It's believed that it originally had a wooden spindle going
Oh my
through
God,
its
I'm
center,
so hydrated
so it can
now.
be rotated and read on all 4 sides. It lists rulers from the antediluvian, that is, before the flood, dynasties.
I don't want to say what happened. I was like, no, dude. I would stay as far away from there. honestly, if the
list
government
is
was
of
doing
immense
it, they would
value
have,
because it reflects
they would
very old
grab you
traditions,
and
while
just
at the
pass
same
you
time
away,
providing an
and you would
important
never hear of
chronological
again.
framework relating to the different periods
I'm
of
just kind of
kingship in
exaggerating, but
Samaria.
not
It
really.
even demonstrates
If it
remarkable
was the government
parallels to accounts in Genesis.
bombing on Google,
So just
there's gonna be
how
people there that are
ancient is
gonna
the
look
ancient
for people
civilization
coming
of
back to the
Sumer?
crime scene too.
Sumer,
So they always
sometimes
say
called
like the
Samaria,
criminal always goes back to
is
the
the
scene of the
site
crime,
of
which
the
is
earliest known
sometimes true.
civilization, located in the southernmost part of Mesopotamia between the Tigris and the Euphrates
Truck
rivers.
exploding.
This area later became Babylonia and modern-day southern Iraq from Baghdad to
An
the Persian Gulf.
exploding truck? That's crazy.
By the 3rd millennium BC, Sumer was the site of at least 12 separate city-states.
Well, guys,
Kish,
I did
Iraq,
see.
Sippar,
I still think I have the footage on my hard drive
Nippur,
of
Adab,
a
Umma,
driving down the
Lagash,
401 highway, which is pretty much
Bad
extension of
Tibira,
I-95
and
north into
Larsa.
Canada, the main
Each of
highway,
these states
and
comprised a
seeing
walled city
the
and its
cabin
surrounding villages and land,
of
and each worshipped its
a
own deity, whose
18-wheeler
temple was the central
just
structure of
completely
the city.
engulfed in
Political
flames on
power
fire,
originally
the whole
belonged to
cabin,
the citizens,
and
fought as rivalry between the
just
various
stopped on the
city-states
road with a
increased.
long line of cars
Each adopted
behind,
the institution
and who
of
knows
kingship.
like what happened or how that even happened, but it was just a huge fireball on the highway. It was stopped in that cab. Why? What?
The Sumerian king list records that 8 kings reigned before a great flood.
Science is right
After
up.
the flood, various city-states and
Yeah,
their
it was one of the
dynasties
craziest things I've ever seen.
temporarily gained power over the others.
I think I had the dash
Let's now
cam
address
video
Sumeria's
footage still
apparently
because it was just so
mythical
crazy.
past. The Sumerian king list begins with the very origin
And then
of
I realized,
kingship,
you know what? I
which
don't
is
think I
seen
want to
as
drive a big
divine
truck really
institution.
again.
Quote, the kingship had descended from heaven, unquote. The rulers in the earliest dynasties are not only represented as reigning fantastical lengthy periods, but have origins in the heavens above. This is a major clue that everyone has overlooked because it's been labeled as religious or mythical. After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu. In Eridu, Elalum became king. He ruled for
Why?
28,800 years. Alalar ruled for 36,000 years. 2 kings, they ruled for 64,800 years. Some of the rulers mentioned in the
Wow.
early list, such as Etana, Lugalbanda, and Gilgamesh,
No.
are mythical or legendary figures.
No,
whose heroic
no,
feats are
not
subjects
really,
of a
Baron.
series of Sumerian and Babylonian narratives. They are now legendary compositions of writing. The early list names 8 kings.
I mean, I've
with a
heard the
combined
Bob
total of
Lazar thing. He wasn't really very
241,200
convincing for me.
years, from the time when kingship,
But
quote,
now it's getting
descended
weird.
from heaven, unquote, to the time when, quote, the flood, unquote,
Bob Lazar
swept
sounds
over
like
the
a
land,
grifter
and
to me.
once more, quote, the kingship was lowered from heaven, unquote, after the flood. There may well have been
Some big
two
new
historical
whistleblower.
floods, the ancient biblical flood, possibly remote antiquity, and a 4500 BC era flood. An extremely well preserved, intact Ubaid skeleton from
Okay.
a flood layer is
Well,
tested.
what's your what do you think of Edward Snowden? Have we talked about this? What do you think, Edward? What do you think of Edward Snowden?
May hold the answers.
Do you think he's a whistleblower? Or do you think he's someone else?
Dating back to around 4500 BC.
The reason why I bring that, I might as well say what I think. I think Snowden is just like a CIA or U.S. plant. Just to, because the information that he released wasn't new. Because the United States had passed many
This mystery skeleton that I have been able to identify for the past 30 years. We should go
anti-privacy laws before that, like a few months, like 6 months before, and then everything he said was just what was in the laws. And it's like, well, that's not a secret because it was passed, and even the media reported on it. So,
a healthy
and like,
individual who
why?
died at a reasonably old age for people who lived
I mean,
at that
sure,
time.
he may have released,
I think it's super interesting because of
but
the
I mean, it's in the, like the
similarities
law.
between a
It's they
skeleton
passed the
and a
law,
map
the
that is in
anti-privacy
that time
laws.
period, and it's
You'd
old.
believe that?
Particularly there's a
What
lot
I'm
of
saying?
details
Thanks,
about
man.
life history of the
Yeah.
person who lived
So I
at
mean,
that time.
this
They give us
whistleblower stuff,
details,
I think
you
it
know,
just might
essentially
be
about, health and disease
government
at that time.
misdirection or some shit. Because
Until
didn't
recently, the primary
Joe
advocates for
Biden
testing Sumerian DNA
travel somewhere
had
to
been
fire
followers
someone
of
that was
Zechariah
investigating a
Sitchin,
report
who hold the belief
on
that the ancient Sumerians may
pedophilia
have
in
carried
his
non-terrestrial
organization
genes.
recently?
But there are plenty of more
I forget where he
conventional
flew
reasons
to. I think he flew
study
to
Sumerian
on the
DNA. Tell us
Barack
where the
Obama's
first city builders came from
uh,
and who are their
prerogative
contemporary
to
descendants.
fire
Migration of the Sumerians is one of
someone
the
that
great
is
untold
investigating,
stories of human civilization.
I guess
If
maybe
we need
members
to
who
tell
flew
it,
on Epstein's
DNA
plane
is
many
the
times,
best tool we have.
including those of the Democratic Party like Biden. I don't know if that's true. I don't have Epstein's list, but I know he went to fire someone. In what state was it? What country was it? I'm not making this up. And like the UFO stuff is just, it's just so dumb. Yes, exactly, Dick. Precisely. That's exactly. Sorry, guys. I'm reading now. I'm like a minute behind. I'm retarded. Sorry. I think we're all on the same page with the UFO shit. I think it's dumb. I don't know. I don't believe it.
Really can't move forward with our analysis.
And Lazar was saying really dumb shit. He's talking about this like energy ball or something, and he was just making up shit. And he had no proof. He just said from his eyes he saw this thing move quickly up and away, or whatever. Fucking grifter. Fucking liar.
And that's when we formed basically kind of a scientific team. And what we, attempted to do with these teams, and again, being part of the University of Pennsylvania and it being our mission, education, what we'll try to do is incorporate as many students as we can into that process. And yes, we can look at it. Yes, we can say these things. We've talked about its age of death. We've talked about the age in which it lived. Okay.
I might have to put on a better video, my friends. This video is really shite. Should watch Uncharted X new video. Uncharted X has a new video in the Aswan record.
In the search for human origins. The fact it was lost in their basement, misplaced or forgotten for so long, is never addressed. In fact, they think it's cool they, quote, rediscovered it, unquote. They're so proud to display this fact, it becomes the actual news story. Instead of testing the DNA of the intact teeth of one of the most important skeleton finds of the 20th century. Instead, the only thing they say they're going to do is conserve it. Now let us discuss the academic interpretation of long reigns before the flood. The amazingly long tenure of the early kings has provoked many attempts at interpretation. At one extreme is the complete dismissal of the astronomically large figures as completely artificial, and the view that they're unworthy of sincere consideration. At the other extreme is the belief that the numbers have a basis in history, that the early kings were indeed gods and demigods who possessed immortality, that they could live much longer periods than mortal humans. In between the two extremes is the hypothesis that the figures represent relative power of triumph or importance. In an abstract concept, the phrase, "he died aged 130, refers to someone who lived life to the full and who offered an important contribution to society. In the same way, the extremely lengthy periods of reign of the early kings supposedly represent how incredibly important they were perceived as being in the eyes of the people. This doesn't explain, however, why the periods of tenure later switched to realistic time periods. Related to this perspective is the belief that although the early kings are historically unattested, this does not preclude their possible correspondence with historical rulers who were later mythicized. In fairness, some scholars have sought to explain the rulers through a mathematical investigation and interpretation. However, the following reigns were originally measured in Sumerian numeral units known as sars, units of 3,600 years, nurs, units of 600 years, and soses, units of 60 years. As we already explained in our episode,
Big
Origins
new
of the Sumerian
whistleblower.
Savants, the base 60 system is a natural unit for precessional calculations. Scholars, historians, and mythologists have all converted the original Sumerian units of sars, nurs, and soses into specific numbers of years. In doing so, they have completely lost themselves in the data. Precession is the key to understanding the king's list, as it uses sexagesimal
UFO retrieval program.
heavenly bodies, unquote. Let's have a
Interesting.
look at the precessional numbers
Yeah.
and their relation to Genesis.
I mean, that makes sense. Unidentified flying
Some
object
scholars
retrieval
have drawn
program. I'm
attention to
sure.
the fact that there are
Sure they
remarkable
retrieve a lot of
similarities between the Sumerian
unidentified
kings
flying
and
objects.
accounts in Genesis. For example, Genesis tells the story of the Great Flood.
Sounds pretty
and
standard.
Noah's efforts to save all the species of animals on Earth from destruction. Likewise, in the Sumerian king list, there's a discussion of a great deluge. The flood swept over the Earth. The Sumerian king list provides a list of 8 kings, some versions have 10, who reigned for lengthy periods
Oh
of
wow,
time before
insane.
the flood.
Oh wow.
Ranging from
Okay, so it goes a lot deeper than just
600 to
phonetics.
43,200
Okay.
years.
Whoa, okay. Isn't Scientology based on that? With
432
Xenu?
number is a beacon here.
And everyone on Earth is
432
cursed?
sauces
So we have
exactly in a
to
full
return to
precessional
Lord
cycle.
Xenu?
This is also the case in Genesis 5, where the generations from creation to the flood are recorded.
And only then will we
Interestingly,
be
between
saved
Adam and
souls
Noah,
on this
there are 8
cursed
generations,
Earth.
just as there are 8 kings between the beginning of kingship and the flood in the Sumerian kingdoms. This 8 numerology is
Come on,
highly
please.
significant in further understanding of creation myths, as you'll see later. After the flood,
Oh,
the king
you're
list
so
records kings who
dumb.
ruled for much shorter periods of time. Thus, the Sumerian king list not only documents a great flood early in man's history, but it also reflects the same pattern of decreasing longevity as found in the Bible. Men had extremely long lifespans before the flood and much shorter lifespans following the flood, whether real, mythical, written, or otherwise.
Thanks, man.
The Sumerian king list, when analyzed in purely historical terms, is undoubtedly a perplexing mystery. Why would the Sumerians combine mythical rulers with actual historical rulers in one document? Why are there so many similarities with Genesis? Why were ancient kings described as ruling for thousands of years? Why do we assume they made
It
some
ate my
progress
input.
in
It
creation
always eats my.
yet
It
never changed
really
from the
frequently
Genesis
eats my back input there.
Or, as you'll see, other cultures with
Like a
striking
lot of times it
similarities.
does.
Precession is the only key
Whatever.
to understanding all this.
Couldn't even try it.
When we look at the king list of Berosus, circa 747 BC, we find something remarkable. Berosus, the Hellenized Babylonian philosopher/astrologer, proposes in his Babylonica, in the first section of Book 2, a second list of antediluvian kings who reigned after the appearance
what
of
wishes he
Boanerges,
killed.
the fishman demon.
Hands a week ago.
This
No,
time
don't say
included
that.
10
Passed away.
sovereigns, 4 cities,
David
and 120
Garouche.
periods of reign. The 2 following sections of his Book 2 are devoted to a description of the flood and to the post-Diluvian kings.
These goddamn grifters,
Berosus
man.
followed his narrative from the archives of Babylonia, Borsippa, and these archives, regarding the creation and the first ages of the world, copied revelations ostensibly inscribed on tablets by Ioannes, the first Apkallu fishman and the inventor of letters,
Epic emote,
sciences,
oh my
and
god.
arts, the founder of laws, cities, and all
Rest in
civilization.
peace, Ray Liotta the legend. Can you imagine? Can you believe he has passed away? It's just so shocking.
In the Babylonian Berosus story, there were 10 kings who lived very long lives, from creation to the time of the flood. This is given as a total of 432,000 years. Again, 432 sosis is one complete precession
All he wanted to
cycle.
be was a good fella.
At this point, alarm bells should be going off, because the number 432 is perhaps best known in relation to Hindu ideas of cycles of time. The Kali Yuga is said to last 432,000 years, being part of the Great Cycle, which itself lasts 4,320,000 years. The cross-cultural links between ancient mythology, cycles of time, and astronomy doesn't stop here. The Viking Eddas that were found in Iceland tell the story of the Day of Ragnarok, the doomsday of the gods. At that time, 800 divine warriors will come out of each of the 540 doors of Valhalla. 800 times 540 equals 432,000. When you look at the king list with astronomy in mind, you seem to get satisfactory insights into not just Sumerian culture, but other cultures and their mythologies. Astronomy, myth, and celestial mathematics are undoubtedly interwoven.
This
The
video
king
sucks,
list is
guys.
by no means solved, but no other satisfactory
It's low
explanation
quality.
has ever been given before for the duration of the lengthy reigns in question.
Thanks for being here, everyone.
Welcome back to Uncharted X. This is Ben, and I hope
Brutal.
you're all well. In this video, we're going back to Egypt. Shocking, I know. To investigate some rarely seen and remarkable features of the ancient granite quarry at Aswan in Upper Egypt. In this part of the quarry, normally off limits to tourists, there is evidence for something truly enormous having been removed. A single stone block that rivals, if not exceeds, the dimensions of the famous unfinished obelisk, a 1,200-ton monolith that is still in place.
Give me the ammo!
Main
Give me the
attraction
ammo!
of the site.
This stupid
Not
fucking
only that,
game.
however,
I
both
hate
in
this game.
off-limits area
I hate this
painted
game,
on
guys.
walls is
Like,
evidence
come
that
on,
suggests
man.
colossal extraction
It's just so
might
dumb.
have been done long before the great dynastic Egyptian civilization.
Oh my god, this
I
game.
hope you'll join me as we explore these.
What could I have
fascinating
done
aspects
any
of the
differently?
ancient granite quarry, and just
Was
how
that my
much
fault?
your understanding of history. The Aswan Quarry is only one of many like it in the region, but it's the only one open to tourism. It's a
Man.
must-see location for anyone
That's
visiting
funny.
Egypt. When you arrive at the site and you buy your ticket,
Whatever.
the first thing that happens is you are
So
crowded
dumb.
into a hot box of a room and
That was
shown
so
a
dumb.
20-minute video in which it's
I didn't get
explained to you
any.
how
I didn't get
everything
any
is
of the
achieved
dark
rather
ammo.
than
Dark
by
room.
pounding stones and time.
I passed away those 2 guys. I didn't even get the 3rd guy's ammo.
The Aswan Quarry
It's like
is
what?
the only tourist site in Egypt I know of that makes it mandatory for visitors to sit down and have what they're going to see explained to them in this way.
Damn it.
And it
That's
can
what I
generate
mean.
some
Like,
giggle
I think we
from
gotta
those
do the
who
forced
think
or
that
the
they can
natural
see it
stock.
beyond
It's just
a
so much
superficial
faster.
level. The
It's just
video
so
you
much.
shown
It's
primarily focuses
really,
on the
really
unfinished
faster.
obelisk and how it was carved
Much
by
faster.
pounding stones, therefore explaining the infamous scoop marks that are visible everywhere around it. Not covered in the video is the fact that there were multiple methods of stone quarrying used here. One method is the classic wedge and chisel approach, which leaves behind a characteristic signature that looks like a dashed line on the stone. Indentations into the stone are chiseled in a line, then wedges of wood are hammered into them.
Who is
Wood
Edward
is
Dowd?
watered, which forces it to expand, putting pressure on the stone. Then flint wedges, or in later periods iron wedges, are hammered down, with the goal of forcing the stone to split along the wedge line and leaving what looks like a
Oh,
dash
come on.
behind it. You can find the signature of this technique all over the stone and monuments of ancient Egypt, and it was a method used for many thousands of years, right up until recent times, in fact. It was even used on the granite of the incredible casing stones of the Middle Pyramid at Giza.
Why former?
That's why they want to quarry it, so they can make use of the flat surface. They want the flat surface.
I guess you.
They can't make
Sorry, guys. Sometimes I ask like really deep, complex questions. Like, you don't have to reply. Like, why did Edward Dowd get fired from BlackRock? Hmm. What?
This was done by the workmen of Ramses II of the 19th dynasty, who was quarrying the granite of the casing stones to take slabs for use on other sites. Why quarry raw stone for yourself when you can just take finished pieces from far old monuments? Interestingly, a geologist who was travelling with us in Egypt made an astute observation that connects the wedge and chisel method to the stone nub phenomenon found around the world. On many megalithic sites, we can find both large and small stone nubs, or protrusions, coming out of the blocks, and it's a mystery that's been explored by many researchers. If your quarrying method is wedge and chisel, with the aim to split stone blocks, then it's incredibly unlikely that you'll end up with a nub as a result. Wedge and chisel quarrying either
I'm
splits
like
the
a
stone
hair
in a
too
mostly
far
straight
back.
line, or it fails, and only a chunk of stone is removed. A good
I
example
don't know.
of a failure is seen here, when an attempt to split a slab from the huge megalithic granite blocks of the Osirion failed, leaving only the corner removed. You just don't get nubs from wedge and chisel quarrying, and it's a seemingly obvious connection when you think about it, but it's not one that I've made before.
Yeah. So someone comes and says, "Oh look, I can cut these because I can split rock, right?" So it's like, if I'm going to split rock, am I messing with it? No. If I'm going to split it, yeah, I can split rock like that by using, you know, the chisels and the
Like, what?
So if I split it up, I can't leave the nub. You cannot leave the
What?
nub.
If you split a rock?
You cannot leave the nub. It's flat. Follow me?
Well, yes, if it's so these aren't split, is what you're saying.
Or if they would split
It's just
them
so dumb,
and then
man.
Then put in a nub, yeah. No, you're right, yeah. Yeah, there's some other quarrying technique in play here, not splitting.
there's at least what?
That's okay. Yeah, I'm following.
It's just too much, guys.
Look, you're right.
It's just too much.
That's yeah. You know what?
That'll make people.
Yeah.
So, how could
Oh
the
my
nubs
god, I
have
knew it
been
was
formed?
over when he
Many people
fucking...
speculate that they
I mean, I
represent a
guess
sort
I
of
could have played
unfinished
it out, but
The
I
stone
mean, it
wasn't
would have
fully
just...
dressed and the nubs were intended to be
Like, I would just been...
They can't have been created
I would
in
have
the first
passed
place
away.
by the commonly used wedge and chisel approach. So either they're a deliberate feature carved into the stone for some sort of purpose or function, or
Holy
they're the result
Jesus.
of a very different method of
What?
quarrying. It's probably no surprise that these nubs are also closely associated with the infamous scoop mark form of
I
quarrying.
think I was forced to
They're
prime it
often
late because I
found
think I
in
got
the
a
same
boost
area
after
and
the
even
upload,
on the same stones.
if I remember right.
For example, if you examine the granite casing stones of the third pyramid at Giza, you will find both scoop marks and nubs. When it
Founded
comes to
his
the
own
scoop
investment
marks, the
firm.
best examples are found
Oh
at
wow,
the
insane.
quarry in Aswan, and
I wanna do
represent
that.
one of the enduring mysteries of this site.
Sounds amazing.
I've explored this phenomena in depth in a previous
You know what I
video.
want to
I'd
do? I
recommend
want
checking
to
that out if
do
you
it.
haven't seen
Thanks,
as
man.
the scoop marks are
Yeah, you
very
know what I want to do? I want
easy
to.
draw.
But I don't think I have the ability. I mean, I might not
It's
have
worth
the ability.
mentioning that there is a third quarrying technique in evidence
Because
beyond the
so
scoop marks and the wedge and
Just
chisel.
capital LLC. I
That
like it.
of traditional chiseling, something done in the later periods of ancient Egypt.
Well, okay,
likely with
because
long iron
there's like
chisels
fund
that
managers. I
cut
want to
the
make a
stone.
fund. I want to be a
Just keep
fund
on
manager,
hammering away until
where
you
you
separate
choose
the
what
desired block
stocks
from
go into
bedrock,
the fund, and then you have
see the
people
signature that leads you here.
investing their money into the
Despite all
fund.
three of these techniques
So
being
you work for a
visible,
company like
the
Fidelity
scoop
or
marks are
Sun
the only
Life,
quarrying method that is discussed in the indoctrination
even
material
IA,
for tourists
Industrial
to
Alliance's
watch.
funds.
As we know, the explanation
And you have your
is
own
that
fund. It could
pounding
even be yours. You
a
could be the
theory which
manager,
more
the single
ultimately
manager of it. But I think you might need your mutual fund license because, well, it depends. So the reason why, I guess, the reason why I'm able to sell investments per se is because
scoop marks are associated closely with the most massive and impressive
we
features of the quarry,
we
like
secure
the
it through an
1200
insurance
ton
company.
obelisk, and the claim that huge blocks like this can be
So
extracted
it's
with nothing
like
more than
stocks,
manpower,
but
time,
insured
and a
through an
bunch of
insurance
round
company.
rocks
So there's
needs an
no
authoritarian tone
there's no
to
like
it
bond
to be complete.
component, as in like a mutual fund,
After
which
all,
has
there's
a lot of
nothing
bonds,
really
which is
mysterious about the other
pre-pooled
quarrying
money
techniques.
in a lot of
They've
times,
all been in use for
like a
thousands
loan
of years,
purchase.
and variations on them are still used today. They were evidently also used at Aswan for cutting decidedly smaller
Pretty sure I learned some of that first
with
shit
no
from you,
evidence
Toad.
to suggest that they played a role in extracting the obelisk.
So I don't know
They
if
were
someone
used
like
to
me
try
can
and
open.
carve
I think
up
I need
into
my
smaller
mutual fund
pieces,
license.
presumably much later on. It's an interesting observation.
'Cause
The
I have
dashed
my
lines of
insurance
wedge and
license.
chisel quarrying isn't used to create very
So you
large
can
pieces
sell
in the first place, but it
investments,
seems to have been
insured
frequently
investments.
used to try and carve them up into smaller pieces later on. This is part of the mystery of the scoop marks, as the orthodox explanation for them makes it easily the most primitive technique, yet it's something that we only ever see on the most impressive or the most massive
Yeah, why not?
megalithic of ancient
I guess I have to have shown
During
shown
that same
success.
indoctrination video, the narrator also attempts to explain just how
Would have to have
gigantic
years
some
of
pieces stone were
micromanaging the
removed
fund,
from the site.
in theory.
The video describes a
Some
harbour
fantasy
area
fund.
of the quarry in which boats were docked and huge stones were loaded.
Rushed
This
first room.
harbour area is what we're going to talk about
Will I?
today. It's normally forbidden to enter this area. I don't know why, but it's found directly outside
Man.
the entrance buildings.
It's just
Normally
too
you're
crazy,
shepherded
Dick.
around
It's
to the
too
left
crazy.
to the walkway that leads up to the
I did
unfinished
try
body.
it for
But on one
maybe
occasion, our group
5 to 8
walked
hours,
down into the harbour
many
area to
years
take a look.
ago. Many years
Eventually,
ago.
we were chased
Couple
out,
years ago.
but not before we had a chance to examine the walls and features here, and it was fascinating.
The issue is the lag.
Walking into the harbour area, you are confronted with what seems to be a large trench. And
Obviously
gazing at
the
walls
health,
here,
but
it's clear that this area
big
has
one
been
is the
quarried
lag.
with the scoop technique.
It's
And
just
not
the
only that,
guards
but it appears
without
that a
passing them
truly
away.
monumental piece of granite was removed. The outline of the piece
Honestly
is
though, with
shown
these
by the
new
indented shapes of
strats,
the scoops, the bridges at the top.
like the fast glass
Probably the
guard
angles of
animation,
narrow trenches cut
I
down
can see a
into the
rushed
stone,
first room
then
happening
extended
because
underneath the block at the bottom.
it takes longer for them,
Dimensions of the walls at the
or
end
with the
here were
faster
extended.
glass opening,
The piece here,
they
to
don't
my
catch
eye,
up to you
seems larger in both width and height than that of the unfinished
as
obelisk.
fast, in theory.
When we examine the
I haven't tried
famous
it in
obelisk,
practice, but
its width can be established by the
that's why I was
distance between
interested.
trenches on
The
either
first
side.
first room might
At
make
its
sense for
widest
the
part, its base,
forced
it measures
mainframe stuff,
4.2 meters across.
because you might be able
The
to
width tapers down
do
and
that
narrows as the
faster
trenches go towards
than
the
the
top.
like the
Assuming
natural
that
stuff
they
than the
wanted
forced.
to remove a a square section of stone, the trenches are only about 2/3 as deep as they need to be. Given
But
obelisks
I
generally
think the
have
natural
square
stuff is
sections,
still
you can safely assume that it's
not
intended
fast enough
height at its base
to rush the
as being
first room.
around
I think the guards get
40 meters also.
there pretty quick.
Returning to the walls of the harbour, the height of the block that was removed here seems to have a larger cross-section than that of the obelisk. Even accounting for trenches and undercutting, to my eye this was a bigger piece, and it was, obviously, successfully extracted.
Yeah, man.
By any description. We only have access to most of one wall of the original trench that ran down the length of the piece, and a small part of the opposite wall at the base of the block.
Oh, dude.
The majority of the stone that would have
Oh
made
my
up the
God.
inside of the excavation has all been quarried away.
I applied my local head
Looking at
shop,
the ground level, where the block
like
has been
paraphernalia,
undercut,
weed
there are odd
paraphernalia
notches
shop,
and channels that are carved at
is
regular intervals. To me,
hiring.
these are very interesting, as we're
So I
getting a
applied
look
there.
at what must have been some of the final stages of the
They don't sell any
process
bud, they only
before
sell
extracting
seeds.
such an enormous stone.
I would
What
be
was the
super.
purpose
And, well, they sell
Perhaps
like
the
glass,
channels
they
were
sell
needed for part of the
bongs and
mechanism used to
vaporizers
lift
and
the
paraphernalia,
piece out of
papers,
the trench.
grinders, but
This
also
part of the extraction,
seeds.
lifting the block out of its trench, is a not
And that's a big,
inconsequential task.
big,
And when we consider the
big
unfinished
passion of
obelisk,
mine.
this task is conspicuously
Just the genetics
unaddressed
diversity.
by
Oh
a
my god.
standard model explanation. I've always wondered exactly how would a Bronze Age culture
love
manage to
planting.
lift a 12
I don't have any here now, though.
out of its bed, which is on
Very
a
different from managing a hedge
raised
fund.
5 meters or more into the air, and then maneuver it over
I'd
the
be managing
uneven ground of
a
the quarry.
hedge.
In my own research, as well as in several comments and emails, I've heard it proposed that perhaps the dolerite stone balls, which were found in large numbers on the site, the vast majority of them broken in
Oh,
half,
well.
might well have been used as primitive bearings beneath the
I would love that
blocks
job.
as they were being released.
Because then it would just get me into my. Oh, that's your joke? Sorry, man.
Like the obelisk is
I guess.
certainly a better explanation
I guess it was
for how you might
insinuated.
split a
I guess that
dolerite
was the
sphere in
joke.
half. Trying to split one through pounding alone was tested by British
Sorry, guys.
engineer Reginald
Some, I
Engelberg,
guess,
who
there's
excavated
evidence
the site
that I've been
in
kind of just slow
1902, and who found it to be basically impossible.
with chat
The only way
today.
he managed to break one was by
Nice.
repeatedly hurling it down onto stone from a great height.
That's awesome.
Eventually cracking a piece off.
So, Baron, what do you think about this whole DeSantis stuff?
Returning to the so-called harbour area, we
I
also
know
get a
you
sense of
you
the
you
length
said
of the
you,
building.
the
And again,
the
we said that it
anti-hate
was
speech
truly
bill.
massive, perhaps as long or even longer than the unfinished obelisk.
I mean,
We don't really know its true length, as the one
just so
long wall
random.
has been truncated by subsequent quarrying. My good friend and guide,
the only reason why he's
made an
the
interesting
primary debate,
observation
like I
that
really
the
think he's
wall
controlled
markings show
opposition
some
now, because
tapering
the only
which might
reason why
suggest
he
the
would
block was
run
intended for use as an
is to
As previously mentioned, we can see the same tapering
destabilize
on the
everything.
unfinished obelisk.
This was one massive bloody obelisk.
And to lose ownership of Florida, to destabilize Florida. There's a lot of Floridians who are not happy about fucking DeSantis running for president. Not that I know them all, but I was just about to tell you nice. Yeah, I know, man. I know, a heartbreaker, man. I know. Such a heartbreaker. Oh God, all fake. I know, man.
But if I look at the sloping angle here,
The tides are. Oh my God, dude, you're killing me softly with those words.
maybe according to the Abu Dhabi, I think they mentioned that obelisks are mentioned in all the kingdoms.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I wasn't like particularly a huge DeSantis fan, man, before the COVID stuff, right? Which is the perfect time for them to
The
do
size of the
exactly
block, at
that.
least to me, seems like it might have been possibly intended for use as a statue. we know without doubt.
But they tried to slander
gigantic
Florida big time.
single-piece granite statues
They tried to say
of
Florida
1,000
had all these
tons
people passing
existed during
away.
ancient Egypt. Some of them were of
They
a
called
bigger
them Death
single-piece throne,
Santis.
and others were even standing. For example, here are the remnants of a single-piece composite quartzite statue found at Karnak. Just look at the immense size and proportions of the features. The workers here have
NAACP, I don't even know what that
the
is.
shoulder down to the hand, and with a straight arm, we know that this was almost certainly a standing statue. And what a sight it must have been.
Yeah.
1,000 miles
Oh,
away from Aswan,
I heard about
the
that
Nile
too,
Delta
Dick.
at the site of Tanis,
There was something weird going
Flinders
on
found the
with that.
remnants of a gigantic single-piece pink
I don't know though.
statue, stone
It
at
might
the
just
source of
be.
Aswan. How was the original block for this statue moved 1,000 miles or 1,600
Yeah.
kilometers? I've
Of
covered this artifact.
The
and
National
comical fossil
Association for the
statues in some depth
Advancement
in
of
previous
Colored
videos,
People.
and the links to them can be found
Oh,
below
wow.
in the description. Regardless of whether this block in the quarry was destined to be an obelisk, a statue, or something else, it seems possible, if not probable, that it weighed in at considerably more.
Is there
than
racial
unfinished
discrimination
objects.
laws being passed in Florida?
There are other aspects of this area that challenge the mainstream explanation. Firstly, this is supposed to be a harbour, where boats are docked in order to receive cargoes of stone. Presumably then,
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Florida area could be used as a harbour. Where was it taken, and how was
Dude.
it loaded? Where was it loaded?
Black people
Of
love
course, these questions
Florida.
are built on the assumption that this work was all
I
done by
love
the
black
domestic
people in
Egyptians.
Florida.
But what if it wasn't? What if this giant stone block
You know how many
was,
people go
instead,
to Florida from
extracted
like
into
Georgia
Egypt
and
long
friggin'
before the dynastic Egyptians even
North Carolina,
started
South
their own
Carolina?
operations here? If this space was already here, it certainly makes it
Alabama,
more convenient
Louisiana.
and plausible that it was a harbour. There's other evidence here that points
It's
to
amazing.
great antiquity to this work, and it's drawn on the
We'll
walls
vote for
that were
criminal.
created after this huge stone was removed. Painted on the walls of the trench and faded by time are primitive depictions of what appear to be ostriches. Egypt being located
Come on,
in the
shoot the
northern
fucking
extreme of
gun.
the African continent certainly would have known of this species. Further down the wall remain the very faint traces in
We'll
wood
vote for a
of what
criminal.
seem to
Oh
be
wow.
dolphins, which were known to inhabit the Nile River in the past.
Insane.
They're tough to see. I've done what I can to contrast them out in these images, but they are there. These primitive paintings aren't ignored.
Well, I
by the
mean, you
standards
gotta
of
think they're
the
probably gonna
field. An
do
attempt
the
to
election
explain
fraud
them is given
again.
in the compulsory video.
You gotta think
You're
that.
told that they were made
They're
by
gonna
the
do more
workers of the
fraud.
quarry, presumably with
You,
all the
you
spare
gotta
time and
think they're
energy
gonna
they
steal
had
the
to
election,
devote
or
to
at least
all
try
that
to
shit
steal it
and
again.
melting away with rocks. We know that the dynastic Egyptians used the quarry. There's no doubt of that.
That's what I'm like
And
expecting.
Not only do we see the wedge and chisel method that they certainly used,
What?
but there are also inscriptions carved into the stone in the typical dynastic style and very different to the ostrich paintings. The assertion
Wouldn't be
that
surprised if it
the
was an
ostriches
election.
were made
Oh,
by the
wow.
workers has really nothing
Honestly.
behind it beyond convenience and the desire to fit this evidence into the mainstream timeline. This
Yeah.
isn't really how regular archaeology works. Archaeologists all over the world date and relate all sorts of artifacts by comparing them to others with known provenance, objects found in burials or the like that can have their age established through techniques like radiocarbon dating or even written records.
Jesus, man.
Comparing and categorizing the particular style of artwork or artifacts is also a long-established method for dating. Take pottery, for example. Many academic textbooks have been written categorizing the various styles and forms of pottery and how they relate to different periods of ancient civilizations. This is an established archaeological method used at sites from China to South America to Egypt. This
Who?
same method applies
What?
equally well to artwork and even writing. Styles of artwork can relate to specific periods. This technique is even used with the Egyptian hieroglyphic language itself. Some symbols, like that for water, changed in form over time, and thus the characters themselves can be used to determine if something was written in the Old, Middle, or New Kingdom. For whatever reason, however, this technique is conspicuously absent in the case of these paintings in the quarry. Perhaps because doing so would posit a fairly
Crazy.
convenient conclusion.
can someone with a criminal record run for presidency? Is that what they're trying to do? That's crazy. Like, I mean, Joe Biden declared war on the people of the United States of America on September 8th, 2021, with his speech saying how he's losing his patience with the uninjected.
They're almost identical.
You remember? Yeah. Like this guy fucking declared war on his own people. He committed treason. The Nuremberg Code. He violated the international law of Nuremberg.
Going back thousands
Oh,
of
fucking wild. Like, yeah, man. Like, fucking this guy, he's a traitor.
textbooks have been written discussing
Insane.
artwork in Egypt.
And the audacity to go after Trump, especially when Trump didn't go after Hillary. When he literally didn't go after Hillary. It's insane.
In the quarry are in fact pre-dynastic.
Unless Trump's
This
controlled
raises some
opposition, but
significant challenges to the standard timeline for the quarry. Stating the blindingly obvious, the scooping and quarrying work had to have been done before.
going on the list, checking his waist. Yeah.
How long before? We have no way of telling.
Should I bring back the emotes of Joe Biden literally physically grooming and kissing the children? Remember those emotes? Now we have GIFs. Honestly, like, I might make one of the, like, where he, like, grabs this, like, kid from behind and grabs his face and, like, freaking buries his face into his side of his face. It's so weird. Oh, it's fucked, man.
I've explained the mystery and
So
significance
fucked, dude.
of the scoop marks in a previous video, and I don't need to cover the same ground here, so check that one out if you're interested. The scoop marks have been puzzled over and theorized about by engineers and stoneworkers for more than 100 years now, professionals who know their crafts. And it's safe to say that very little credence is given to the whole pounding stone explanation. I, as well as many other people, including qualified engineers, think that the scoop marks
Yeah,
are
like,
much
to
better
say that
explained
Trump,
if we open our minds to
whatever
the
Trump
possibility
did,
of some unknown advanced form of technology.
or does.
From this point, we can start to construct a new
It's just so
timeline,
absurd.
a new set of assumptions, but one's grounded in facts and evidence. I don't believe the dynastic Egyptians were using forms of advanced technology. They were a Bronze Age culture. They used copper and flint. They used wedge and chisel quarrying, none of which explain the scoop marks. Associated with the scoop marks is the unfinished obelisk. And not
It's
for
too
a minute
much.
do I think that a
Yo,
Bronze Age
what's up,
culture
Christian?
who didn't use the pulley or
My
capstan,
boy's here.
nor
What's
had
up, man?
access to strong metals, had the capability to lift and move single
Christian,
piece
thanks for
stones
being
of this size.
Well
Again,
said.
this is a topic I've explored in an earlier video on quarrying and logistics, so check that out if you need more explanation. So, if the dynastic Egyptians didn't make the scoop marks, and they weren't trying to remove 1,000-ton blocks of stone, and if the paintings in the quarry are from primitive pre-dynastic people, as the evidence suggests, who was responsible for the enormous works in the quarry? Could we be looking at the evidence for an alternative timeline, a longer one, involving a lost ancient civilization with advanced capabilities? There are multiple quarrying methods in evidence at the site, and it was certainly one used by the dynastic Egyptians. Are we looking at two separate industries here? On two very different
Very good.
timelines? Could the huge unfinished obelisk and
Oh my
extraction from
gosh.
the harbour
I'm glad you're here,
have been
Christian.
ancient work, even for the dynastic Egyptians?
I had missed
If you've
your
watched
positive
my Scoop Mark
attitude
video
as well,
discussing
and
the obelisk, you'll know that it was
you.
buried in up to 7 meters of debris until the 1920s when excavations began, including some very
It's
large
always so
pieces
awkward.
that had to be broken up into 4 or more chunks in order to be moved. Similarly, in early surveys of the site made before it was excavated, the harbour area doesn't even show up. It was entirely buried in chip heaps and quarry rubble. Even if this was a truly ancient source of stone, we know the dynastic Egyptians continued quarrying operations here. As discussed, we can find lots of wedge and chisel marks made in the higher areas of the quarry and on the cliffs and sheer faces of previous extractions. Also,
What's that
we
quote
know
by
that a number
Keshev
of wedge
Dev?
and chisel signatures suggest that this method was used
There's a quote, one of the 150 quotes or whatever in my channel. Is Kashev Dev from India? He lives in
The
India?
massive single-piece
It's,
blocks that were clearly
well, it's
extracted
easier to
weren't
love
just
someone
lying
else than to
around
love
on the surface
yourself.
either.
It's like,
You
whoa.
need to dig deeply
Damn,
into a
dude,
granite
that's
outcrop
deep.
to depths of 10 or 11 meters or more to find solid enough granite for that.
And a lot of
process.
people have problems
You can still
receiving
find many test holes at Aswan, which were
love
dug
and
using
positivity
scoop
and
that were
kind
likely
words
used to
from
determine the quality of the granite.
others. They
Surface granite
need to
might have been
justify
suitable for smaller
them
pieces,
not
but would
receiving it.
not yield the huge solid chunks like those needed for statues, obelisks, columns,
It's wild.
or even the massive boxes like those found in Serapeum. So it's probably time for some speculation. What do
Draw
I
my
think
day
is
off.
going
Oh,
on
right,
here?
that's true, bro.
For the
Nice.
sake of argument, let's assume that there was an advanced, vastly ancient civilization in this area who had access to technology capable of quarrying, extracting, and moving blocks of immense size, using techniques that left the scoop mark signature. They chose this spot, cut the top off a granite mountain, then began digging down, using test holes to determine the depth
Right.
needed to find solid enough granite for their purposes. Then the extraction process began, and as we can see from the harbour, massive blocks of stone were removed. We have no way of knowing what was on top of this area originally, nor just how much stone was removed, but this is only one of many quarries in this granite-rich area. Work had started on the obelisk extraction, but, and as we can see at many ancient megalithic sites, the work was interrupted suddenly and violently, causing it to be abandoned and left unfinished. Even if the obelisk did eventually develop a crack, as suggested without evidence by the standard model, blocks of stone would still have been cut from it. Instead, it was suddenly abandoned, and this
Insane.
is far from the only case of ancient megalithic work being left unfinished. The walls in the Assyrion at Abydos were left unsmoothed partway through the work.
Yeah, I saw that, Dick. That's pretty epic on Japanese.
Across the world, in South America, we can find that
He's
the
good,
same
man.
thing occurred on the megalithic blocks of the ancient Coricancha
I
in
wonder.
Cusco, Peru.
Definitely have to improve my train agent.
We can find the same thing at Giza on the casing stones of the third pyramid. The job of smoothing out the granite was
Jesus.
left unfinished. Partly machined boxes and lids were left abandoned in the hallways of the Serapeum of Saqqara.
Gamer Girl, we miss Gamer Girl.
And much like the unfinished obelisk at Aswan, gigantic quarry blocks of limestone were left in place at Baalbek in Lebanon. These are only but a few of many such examples of unfinished ancient work on megalithic scales. I'd recommend checking out the Snake Bros' excellent unfinished presentation if you'd like to explore this concept further. So, for whatever reason, perhaps cataclysm, perhaps social upheaval, perhaps violent climate change, something caused the work to stop, and suddenly. Then, time and nature began their inevitable attrition on these sites. The stone erodes, perhaps there was flooding, but an unknown number of eons go by. Mankind again slowly rises from the ashes of the Younger Dryas, our most recent cataclysm. Primitive Neolithic man begins to find artifacts and sites, objects like stone vases, and sites like this quarry. He leaves his mark here, painting the same depictions of life that were also painted onto hand-formed pottery or onto ostrich eggs. Eventually, over thousands of years and many generations, as populations increase, society congeals into
Sure, why not?
as the dynastic civilization,
That would be swell.
roughly around 3000 BC.
That would be an epic stream.
With civilization comes the benefit of specialization, and quarrying work can begin anew in Aswan. This time, however, there is no advanced technology. The stone is worked with only primitive methods, attacking only the higher levels.
We go to the market and just get hammered on a patio.
Techniques like wedge and chisel, the
Alright,
signatures of
you're
which are still visible tourists today.
Oh, damn. That was pretty cool
Remnants of the
cinematic.
Vastly ancient work, ancient even to the people of the Old Kingdom, are buried beneath the rubble and chip mounds of later work, and left waiting
Oh.
for us to uncover and decipher in today's time. As I said, it's pure
That was
speculation,
epic.
but
That was
solid
really epic
evidence to where
cinematic.
it leads, this possibility seems to fit. There is one last aspect of this area in the quarry that I want to discuss.
That's like a
and that is
WWF
its use
friggin'
as a harbour.
from the top rope.
First of all, it's quite possible that this was indeed a harbour, an area flooded during the annual 3-month inundation of the Nile, docking boats for cargoes of stone to be delivered downstream. We know that stones were transferred this way by the ancient Egyptians, sometimes even objects like columns. There is a well-known depiction of a column being transported on a boat, carved in the Winnie's Causeway at Saqqara. If we examine this ancient drawing, we can see that it's a relatively small column, short and not very wide. A sense of
Please.
scale given by the human figures standing next to it. It's really nothing at all like the giant 100-plus ton single-piece columns that we know existed at many Old Kingdom sites, as well as at sites like Tanis and Bastet. Yet this
It's too
image
slow.
is often used as a panacea-like response to any questions relating to transporting large objects by boat. The column in this depiction might have been 10 tons, let's say 15 tons, literally orders of magnitude distant from artifacts like the unfinished obelisk or the giant statues. The effort to move this column is vastly different than that required for something 100, 400, or let alone 1,000 tons. The drawing in the Winnie's Causeway is not sufficient to explain these cases, a topic I've dived into in my quarrying and logistics video. The link to that one is below too. So, while I don't dispute that this part of the Aswan
Aw,
quarry might well
gross.
have been a harbour, where I run into
How about a
problems with
knack?
it is the
Oh,
frankly
is this
silly
the
idea
death scene
that it's
or the
in
pass
any
away
way
scene?
suitable
Sweet.
for a vessel the size of one capable of transporting the 1,200
Thanks, dude. Thanks
ton
for clipping it.
unfinished obelisk.
Oh,
We
that's
happen to
sick.
have a relatively modern comparison to make here.
That was sick.
In previous work,
Thanks, bro.
like the aforementioned logistics video, I've discussed the Russian Thunderstone. The Thunderstone is a giant
Thanks,
granite
man.
boulder, perhaps originally a glacial erratic, weighing around 1,500 tons. It was transported in the late 1700s from the frozen tundra of
Oh,
Finland
that's so
to
gross.
the city of St. Petersburg in Russia, where it can still be found
Oh,
today,
that's
serving
gross.
as a pedestal for a bronze statue of Peter I. I've previously talked about how it
I'm
was
gonna
moved across the ground.
get up, stretch, and then I'm gonna play in like a minute or two.
50
Thanks.
meters of progress was made, thanks to deeply anchored
Thanks for being here. I really
capstans
appreciate
used
it.
to drag
Thanks
a
for that
huge
raid,
platform
boss. You're the
bearing
fucking
the
legend.
Thunderstone
That really
via
made
a
my night.
movable rail system
It put
suspended
a
from large
smile on my
balls
face.
acting as bearings.
Warmth in my
What
heart.
I haven't discussed before is how this
A
giant
spring in my step.
transported across the sea from Finland to the Russian coast.
And
This project serves as an ideal
a focus
comparison
in
to
my
unfinished obelisk,
AR-33
as this
aim.
was all done in the days before the benefits of
Making
electrical
soap?
and
Oh
hydraulic
no.
power and leverage.
That's gross.
The Thunderstone was
Oh,
continuously
no, dude.
carved as it was transported. In fact, the finished product today in St. Petersburg
Look at
is
that
only some
emote.
400 to 500 tons.
That's a sick
So
emo.
it's a fair assumption that its mass, when it
Right,
reached
you're
the
back.
finished coast, was probably within 100 tons or so of that of the obelisk. It waited here for a full year on the edge of the Gulf of Finland, while a giant barge made specifically for it was constructed. It was eventually moved onto the barge, and attached to the barge were full-size warships, 2 on each side, in order to provide balance and displacement for the tremendous load. This whole contraption was then sailed to Russia, docked, and the Thunderstone's slow progress over land towards its final resting place could continue. So, we have a rough idea of what sort of arrangement was required to move a stone massing in excess of 1,000 tons in the 1700s. Take another look at the so-called harbour area of the Aswan quarry and try to fit those vessels into this space. It's not remotely feasible. Let's consider the unfinished obelisk, which, according to the standard model, was a project undertaken by Hatshepsut. They planned to cut this thing away from the bedrock, somehow lift it up into the air, and then transport it down the rocky hillside and load it onto a boat. In this scenario, just the displacement of water alone is immense. 1,200 tons of stone is equivalent to 1,200 cubic meters of water, and that's minus the mass of the vessel itself. Attempting this with any boat or ship incapable of such displacement would inevitably result in disaster. If you tried it, the ship would simply sink or just capsize, either way generating a massive thunk with the obelisk crashing to the harbour floor. There is simply no way you could fit an arrangement like that used for the Thunderstone in here. Indeed, there's zero evidence the dynastic Egyptians ever made barges or ships of the size that were necessary for such a load, as we did in the 1700s. I don't think the dynastic Egyptians were fools. They wouldn't have undertaken such a project without considering the logistical aspects of it. I just don't think they were capable of it, and as far as I know, there's no evidence to suggest that they were. As with so many of the ancient sites and artifacts found in this region, looking beyond the superficial, sometimes nonsensical explanations offered by the standard model reveals mysteries that we have yet to solve, and evidence that seems to fit a much longer and more complex model of our past. The dynastic civilization was mighty and lasted some 3,000 years, but the deeper I've delved into the details of what is left to us, the more it seems likely that there was much more going on here, at a far more distant time, by the hands, tools and technology of a long-lost ancient civilization. At least to me, it seems that the concept of inheritance, renovation and reuse played a significant role in what the dynastic civilization eventually became. And, as I've said before, this premise even matches what the dynastic Egyptians said about themselves and about their own history. Food for thought, and I hope you enjoyed the video. Thanks for watching. Alright, well, I hope you found that look at a lesser seen area of the Aswan Quarry to be worthwhile. Just wanted to give a quick update on upcoming events and tours if you're interested in catching me live or visiting any of these amazing sites with me. In June 17th and 18th, I think only a week or two from when this video comes out, I'll be speaking live at the Cosmic Summit alongside a lot of other independent researchers as well as many scientists from the Comet Research Group. That's in Asheville, North Carolina, 17th and 18th of June. If you want to get a ticket to see the event live, there's still a few available, and also the live stream tickets will be available. There'll be a lot of audience interaction. It's going to be a good time, and you can replay the live stream at any time. Buying live stream tickets is a great way to support the channel. I get a small slice of those. You can find the link down below to take a look at tickets. It's howtube.com/unchartedx. In September of this year, 2023, I'll be joining Randall Carlson on his Mega Floods of the Ice Age tour through Montana. Really looking forward to that one. If you're interested in joining us on that trip, the link to that is also below in the description. Later in the year, I'm heading back to Egypt. I'm joining Yusuf Ayawan on his excellent Primordial Egypt trip. That one runs from October 28th through November 10th of 2023. I think there's still a couple of tickets available for that. Again, the link to see it is below. And if you're interested in going to Egypt, but you can't make it in November, I do want to let you know that we put together our tour with the Snake Rose and Yusuf for February of next year. It's going to be a great tour. We were working hard on the itinerary. That one runs from the 7th to the 22nd of February 2024. It's 16 days. We've got 7 special permissions. And we've also got an optional extension to Lebanon to see Baalbek Temple, as well as a few other sites there. I'm very excited about getting over there. That runs at the end of the Egypt tour. It's February 22nd through the 26th. This tour is already available for booking for channel supporters, members and patrons, and I imagine in about 10 days or so I'll be making that publicly available, but if you're interested, please do check that one out. As always, I want to say just a massive thank you to everybody who does support my work through that value for value model. In particular, I want to say a special thank you to the executive producers and the associate executive producers for this episodes, in particular Matt Beal, for really supporting the channel in a big way, as well as investing in vases and going out and really helping our vase project move along. Thank you very much, Matt. Also, Tom Noblash, thank you so much for the support that you've given me, mate. It's much appreciated. I do try to run the channel through that value for value model. I don't really do sponsorships or those types of things. There's lots of ways that you can support the channel. I've got them all outlined on my website. It's unchartedx.com/support. Appreciate it if you can take a look if you're interested in returning some of that value to me. Alright guys, I hope everybody out there as well, and I'll catch you in the next one. have her.
In the wilds of highland Guatemala, a dense blanket of vegetation holds all in its clutches. Thick brambles, roots, and ancient woodland, seizing away any kind of long-distance visibility in this so-called green desert. Going is tough, even by the notoriously treacherous standards of the New World. As a large team of Spanish conquistadors and their native servants hack away at the wilderness.
I love the internet.
They go,
I love the internet.
pushing
1043.
on through to
I
deep
love the
forest
internet.
beyond. In Nahuatl, the language of many of the expedition porters, the name itself means place of many trees. The year is 1576, and just 50 years or so after the initial arrival of Europeans in this part of the world, the Yucatan Peninsula and its southern highland areas.
This video,
still
yeah,
largely
143, buddy.
unexplored and unmapped.
10:43 p.m. That's like number for
This isn't just
love,
enemy territory.
LOV.
It's unknown to
The V, the
Europeans
4 is
entirely.
kind of the. It's kind of like a V. Milk is in jugs
Like
here.
all places at the edge of the map,
What is this shit?
here.
Yo, what up,
monsters.
Stash? What up, man? How you doing, bro? How you doing, man?
In that year,
This video
Diego
is
Garcia de Palacio,
4.5 hours long.
a determined soldier and magistrate in the governing council of
Just
the
started.
colonial state of Guatemala, has decided to make yet another foray into the unknown. Conquest and glory very much on his mind.
This is the complete history of the Mayan.
Acting
There's a
on
scratch on
orders
it.
from King
Oh
Philip II of Spain,
no, they did
Palacio's
not.
mission
I'm
was to
sorry.
inspect
I'm sorry,
and catalog
Stash.
the conquered provinces,
Oh no way.
embarking on a grand tour in
They
order to do so.
keyed it? No, they did not. They did
No
not do
stranger
that.
to the miserable deaths of comrades from
That
both
sucks,
violence
dude.
and bouts of malaria. The as yet then still mysterious
No,
scourge
fuck. You
of
think this is.
Central America
Whoa.
for centuries to come.
This vet guy. Oh, this veteran.
Palacio
No
must have
way.
had
I'm
an
sorry,
iron
man.
constitution
I thought you meant
not
veterinarian.
succumb
I
during
was
his
thinking, oh
lengthy
my
journey.
god. Times are rough when vets are. We got these
Besides his
people
role as
always.
conqueror,
Dang, man.
He was an educated man,
Yeah, Miami is.
born in around
Can be
1530
pretty rough.
in Asturias, northern Spain. His interests included science, and above all else, sailing
I don't even know,
and
man.
navigation.
You got on yours.
His
Jeez.
personal ambitions ranged far and
What
wide,
the fuck, man?
but above all else, he held a grand vision for expansion of the already mighty
Jeez, man.
Spanish Empire.
There was a native
For Palacio,
person that
Honduras was
walked,
to be the key.
pretty much jumped out in front of my car downtown.
Uniquely placed
I don't know if he
between
was
colossal
looking
Atlantic
to
Armada
cause a fight or something.
and the ever-growing Pacific
like-
Fleet.
I didn't turn right away I like waited till the very last second to turn away, and I could see that he got actually kind of scared. It's pretty funny.
Then the sought-after governorship of the Philippines would surely be his.
But those guys are usually packing. If they're starting
With
shit,
it,
they're usually
as many
packing.
ships as
Or
he could
carrying,
muster
you know.
for the exploration
Anyone that just wants to
and
start shit
conquest
wants to
of
use
yet
their
more
toys.
lands.
So you just gotta let the crazies go. Especially in United States.
But
And Canada
all
now
of
too.
Palacio's lofty ideals to the indigenous inhabitants of the lands he travelled through, living in small villages scattered throughout the forest.
Yo, thanks, Dick. Thanks,
forced
Toad.
to submit
Thanks,
to
man.
foreign rule from beyond the sea. The Spaniard
sweetheart.
and his men were simply the latest in a long line of brutal warriors.
Alright,
who
I'm gonna load
trespassed
the vape
land
again, I
trees.
think. We're gonna keep streaming, I think, for a while.
Then, one day,
Thanks for
just
being here.
over the
People from
modern-day
all over the
border of
world. It's so
Guatemala
amazing
and Honduras.
to watch me, of
Everything
all people. I
changed.
just hope the volume is correct and I don't bump the mic
Amidst
too
the
much and there's
gnarled
not too much of an
trunks and
echo and
thickets,
you can hear
one of the
me.
men spied
I just
something
appreciate it so
else
much.
jutting from the forest floor.
Best mod.
Within minutes,
Y'all are the
all
best
seeing
mods.
it. Stone structures. unmistakably
Water
carved
smarts do stash. I'm so sorry about that.
hands.
Have you thought about like polishing it by
Elaborate
hand?
buildings,
But man, if that guy
crafted
did it
with
intentionally,
snarling
Jesus, dude,
beastly
that's not cool.
idols.
Jesus Christ, man. Fucking asshole.
Confident, mocking in their gaze. And besides, great towering structures and mounds coated in dense foliage. As tall as the sky. The men could only stare on in awe at what they were seeing. Perhaps feeling they'd caught a glimpse of something they shouldn't.
Wow.
Hieronymus
Insane. Is
Bosch
that
painted
Canadian Army or US? Wow, are they taking Canadians?
What were
Are
these
they taking-
labyrinthine structures? The size and sophistication to match anything in the old world.
Dude, I was this close to applying for
hideous,
asylum in the United
powerful
States when I was
symbols.
there. Can you believe it?
And more
Asylum.
ominously, who had built them?
I was hoping it would get to like some, because the office was in Texas. I was hoping it was going to be
Though
some like
Palacio was surely familiar with the
Mexican
reports from
American that was
earlier
just
on
going
in
to
the
rubber
century.
stamp it.
Towns and cities destroyed by the
I didn't
initial
send it though. I
conquests.
couldn't go back to Canada otherwise.
His predecessors
Canada's
often
never
building
really
their own
transferred with their
settlements
issues.
directly on top of those that came before.
Could gauge with some issues most of the
Yucatec
time.
colonial capital of Merida and the Mexican capital far to
Well,
the
they're.
north.
It seems like they're planning
New
to start a
cathedrals
war
etched from
and
the
send
stone of
troops.
pagan temples and pyramids.
Apparently,
Surely they
Trudeau said they're
paled in comparison to this
planning to
place.
send more Canadians to Ukraine. And when I signed up for the military last week, they
As was the
said
custom of the day,
we're sent you
Palacio
mandatory
wrote a
overseas
lengthy
deployment
description of his
for
entire
NATO
journey across the provinces
partners
that was then dispatched
in
to
the South
king
China
back in
Sea.
Europe.
Wow, really?
And at the end of that account, dated 8th
That's
of
shite.
March, 1576,
Hong Kong's amazing.
he wrote an 850-word
I
description
would love to live in
of
Hong
those
Kong.
mighty ruins in the forest.
Here was formerly the seat of a great power.
Hong Kong is
and a great
amazing.
population, civilized, and considerably advanced in the arts.
It's like a Chinese.
As is shown in
I
various
know it's gonna
figures
sound really
and
racist, but
buildings.
it's like a Chinese Tokyo. In terms of you could do anything at any hour of the night, any hour of the
What
day.
had happened here? And how had the place fallen into such ruin?
The COVID war. Oh yeah, you gotta get injected,
Much
I
of the
think.
stonework Palacio saw including 8
My
large
friend in U.S.
statues
Army
of
says
men
they
and
deployed
women,
in Taiwan immediately.
altars,
Are you serious?
terraces, and a large plaza resembling
That's
the Colosseum
insane.
of ancient Rome. He told the
Yeah,
king
there's
it was constructed with such
a
skill
war going
that
on.
it could not possibly have been created by
They're
a
ramping
people
it up.
as rude as the natives of that province.
It's just so crazy.
And yet, though they had little knowledge of the site's history, at least that they were willing to share,
You don't think they're all in cahoots? You don't think
he
China's
does mention certain
in
legends
cahoots with
from
the
time
United
of the
States now?
conquistadors'
And the
initial
deep
arrival,
state?
a generation or two earlier.
You don't think China's the puppet master?
Stories of a great Yucatec king
What could it be just
in
for
ancient times had come down to the
the-
region from the north to build a mighty
the death
city,
of the American citizens
only to
going
return
to
from whence he
China?
came after a number of years,
I'm not saying you have all the answers. I'm just
leaving forlorn ruins in his wake. Palacio's questions would remain unanswered. He would never reach his grandiose goals either, eventually ending up on the coast of Mexico, an undistinguished sea captain, hunting and failing to catch English marauders like Sir Francis Drake. It's not known whether the king ever even
well,
went
you're
into
gonna have to, Toad.
another document added to a swelling pile of imperial archives at the court of the Habsburg king.
Maybe another lifetime. No, I'm just joking.
Just like the mighty city itself, forgotten for centuries. It's only today, with the benefit of hundreds of years of accumulated knowledge, that we can speak with any authority about those ruins. Though Palacio and his men went to their graves with little knowledge of what
Oh,
truly
for
it
sure.
was
I think
that
so.
they
Well, I mean, look at Lockheed
now
Martin
know that they were
stock
perhaps the first
since
non-natives to explore a vanished world
the
which reached its
announcement
peak
of the
and
war
collapsed hundreds of
in
years before the
Ukraine
European
in
arrival.
February of 2021. Just look at the Lockheed Martin stock over the
They were
last 3
walking
years.
within the walls
As an
of the
example.
great city of
It's all
Copan.
cahoots, man. As you know, to create
One of
jobs.
the
Yeah, probably. To
powerhouses
siphon it from
of
taxpayers,
classic
probably.
Maya
To make us
civilization.
poorer, too.
Probably.
A far-reaching culture that had once dominated the region from sea to sea. For Guatemala hadn't always been a land of forest. Some 800 years before Palacio's day, almost the entire peninsula had been stripped of trees. To make way for vast agricultural estates. Elaborate networks of highways crisscrossing the land between towns and cities.
I wouldn't be surprised if they attempted to try to
Home
deploy
to
my
a
brother.
leviathan population of millions. During the early Middle Ages, as Anglo-Saxon kings engaged in spars of hundreds of warriors, very few towns to speak of existed in Britain. On the continent, Charlemagne ruled over a sprawling state. Though this was held together by little more than personal charisma, crumbling into factions on his death. As Vikings and
Dude,
Magyar
that's
raiders
really funny
flooding
quote.
into Christendom
Because I
to
was
usher
looking
in
at
the darkest centuries in its history.
the 2023 Camaro
In
today.
Central America, Vast cities,
and
50,000 and more,
from the dealership,
sprawled into an open landscape.
you can get a V6
farms and settlements.
2023 Camaro for,
Masters
including
of
tax, 40,000.
advanced mathematics, astronomy, elaborate calendrical systems,
At a interest rate of 5.49% on a new car that has a warranty of
extraordinary civilizations the world
3 years, 60,000 on everything, and 5-year, 100,000 on powertrain or drivetrain, powertrain.
No
And they said if you service it at that dealer
in this part of the world.
forever, it will.
And just prior to the collapse,
Phasing out cars entirely. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's crazy. Exactly, it's the last year of the Camaro. But the reason why I'm talking about it is because
in recent years by LiDAR ground
used car interest rates now are like 9.99%, and there's no warranty, and they're like 80,000 kilometers at least. 80,000 kilometers on no warranty, old, rusty. I'm thinking, why don't I just get like a new fucking like V6 Camaro? That's a light car too, man. I don't know if it's right or wrong. I can't like. I think the V6 is like 3,700 pounds or something, but the V8 is like 3,700 pounds. I don't know if I'm gonna get the V8 because, well, it's another $10,000 more. The V8 with tax is $51,000, and you have to pay premium fuel and everything.
Though entirely overgrown
But I mean,
Palacio's day.
oh, and if you get a 60-month loan, it goes down to 4%.
How impressive the ruins of Copan still would have been.
So imagine, it's gonna kill you. Yeah, you're right. It's just too fast too. It's just too much. I drove that 2022 Mustang 5.0. Like it's like I do love the V8. I put 3,000 kilometers on 2013 GT Mustang. Oh my god, that car. I love that car. That may have been like other than being with my girlfriend, driving that car.
To growing urban centers and housing developers.
So I mean, maybe that's how it would feel with the Camaro, but I just
to the black market and the
I'm
collections of private buyers.
I'm not there yet. I'm a car away from my dream car, I think, still.
For the world at large, besides
Yo, thanks for the convo, dudes.
who maintained the secrets of their ancestors.
The V6, man, the V6 is such a nice car.
It would be another
It's
300
light, it's
years
powerful.
from Palacio's time.
It takes
Their existence
87
will
octane.
finally be definitively revealed.
Sad. 1/3, yeah, it's
That
insane,
others,
Toad.
like the mighty capital of Calakmul, one of the superpowers of the Maya world, only investigated during the last few decades.
Yeah, reliability, yeah.
And still,
Well, it comes with a warranty.
undiscovered centers. It will take
It's a well-made car, it's good parts. What's flex fuel? Is that like ethanol or whatever?
Today, some 40 or so massive classic sites have been located and studied. All unique in their own way.
So yeah, dudes, I might be fucking rolling in a
Piece by
V6
piece, adding their
2023
tales to the
Camaro.
tapestry of Maya civilization.
Brand new, with warranty. I might be doing Uber Eats with it.
Crumbling walls and palaces coated with the fading stories of their foundations. The likes of Calakmul and Tikal must surely be the pinnacles of it all.
Get the fuck out of here.
Mega sites poured over by historians,
ethanol.
archaeologists, mythologists, and art historians alike.
Oh wow, 91, insane.
But many other huge centers
Sounds
existed
expensive.
too.
High
Likes
enough
of
online.
Karakol,
Oh, it's terrible. Interesting.
Koba.
Interesting point.
Palenque.
What does the manual say? What does the manual recommend?
Piedras Negras.
Half a tank every month or two? Oh wow.
Yaxchilan.
Insane. I
And
put
of
1,000
course,
kilometers
Copan.
on my car the first week of Uber Eats.
But even these near unfathomably massive and impressive places often pale in comparison.
Doesn't
to
say,
an
oh,
even
no way.
earlier time, a pre-classic first flourishing of Maya
Yeah,
society.
man, I might get that. Dude, the V6 2023 Camaro, that's insane.
Seen at places like Nakbay and El Mirador.
And just
during the first millennium.
deliver with
BC.
Uber Eats?
El Mirador
Be insane.
may very well have the largest
Would destroy the
pyramid
car, though.
in the world.
Commuting. For committing.
But these sites would have
What
to
color would I
wait
get? I would get
until
black.
well into the 20th century to be rediscovered by the wider world.
It would be new, it would be brand new.
Much of their secrets still
The
waiting
blind spots,
to be
I haven't
unlocked.
driven it, I only sat in it. But the guy said it would take like 6 months to
Discovered
arrive if they
conspiracy
accept
theorists
the
claimed to
order.
contrary. There never was
They said
a
since
real
they're not making
Mayan
it anymore, they may
apocalypse.
not make the car.
As we shall see,
And the
after
used market is
collapse
just
of the classic
so
cities in
crazy.
the 9th century, the Mayans didn't disappear, rather changing their ways. A post-classic society developing with the same writing system and culture for the most part intact.
And they said if you
Even
service it
cities would again arise
at
in
the
the north of the
dealership,
Yucatan.
the engine and transmission are under warranty for life of the car, which
Rising
is
and
insane.
falling
On a
on the
manual
ebb and
transmission,
flow of time
V6,
until the
or even
arrival of the
V8.
Spaniards.
The clutch, the
Today,
transmission, the
Mayans still
gearbox,
make up the majority of the
engine,
population
what if you money shift it?
in vast areas of eastern Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, El Salvador, and western Honduras. Clinging on against all the odds to the lands of their ancestors. Several million of them still speak one of
I sat in the
28
Camaro for the
Mayan
first time today.
languages as
The
their
windows are
primary
fine.
tongue.
They're really nice. Like it's
And they've
it's amazing.
maintained many of the
Yeah, it's
traditions,
like it's a big car though.
oral and written histories, rituals and dances of the ancestors. For the most part, though, after a struggle for survival lasting some 500 years, only recently have they been invited to work alongside archaeologists in the research of their people. This is a story that is still very much being told. Besides the initial conquistadors of the 16th century, it's a tale that features a colourful cast of explorers and fascinated scholars. Obsessed by that lost world
Miami
long
traffic.
ago. From 18th century barons
I hear you.
to 19th century travel writers and early archaeologists. To the kings
Dude,
and queens
some people go
themselves
so fast
who
on
ruled over the great cities
the
of
highway and the
forest.
I-95. It's insane. They go so fast.
And of course, their descendants, who still safeguard many of the ruins to this day. Of philosopher emperors and the birth of gods. Colliding continents and voyages to distant lands. Quite simply, it's one of the greatest stories ever told.
You should go to Key West, bro.
Hello, and welcome to History Time. As always, I'm your host, Pete Kelly. I've been obsessed with the pre-Columbian Americas since childhood. It's no secret that in the early 2000s, Michael Wood's Conquistadors is one of the reasons I pursued the study of history in the first place. Eventually writing an undergraduate dissertation on the ritualistic warfare of the Mexica Aztecs. Before embarking on a parallel voyage into the early Middle Ages and ancient Eurasia. But all the while,
dude, that's
the
so
Americas
fast.
Called.
That's so fast, man.
Finally, in February
Man, be careful, dude.
I was
That's really
lucky
fast,
enough
man.
to visit Mexico and Guatemala for myself.
Like, that's really
Fulfilling
fast,
a
dude.
lifelong dream of walking in
Be
the
careful, man.
footsteps
That's
of the
like
ancient
car
Maya.
impound speed.
Delving
That's really
to the
fucking
storied
fast.
metropolises of that mystical
Alright, look at it
land
though.
firsthand. And after
Not that it would happen to
spending
you, I'm
weeks
just saying,
journeying
if you
through
get
the
caught
forest,
at that speed, then
scrutinizing
here, if you get caught
ruins
at that
and
speed,
museums,
they
I can
would
tell that it will
like
take
pull you
hundreds
over
more
and
years
impound the
to
car,
fully
maybe.
excavate the region. There likely being many more cities and paradigm-shifting discoveries
It's legend,
still
man.
waiting
It's
to be
friggin'
found. Epic tales of dynastic conflicts and philosopher kings out
Who's one
there
of the
waiting to be unlocked
the extras
one
in
day.
Fast and Furious Miami. Too Fast and
This
Furious.
is the entire history of the Maya. It's well over 3 hours
He was one of the
long,
guys in the
and it's taken
in
me years to make.
when they all break out of that fucking depot.
I'll try to tell the whole tale here, but there will be many more individual stories too on my other channel, Pete Kelly. So go and check it out here. I'm creating an entire series on all of the major Mayan cities, and some little known ones too. It's a series I hope to continue to add to for many decades to come. I'd also like to thank Dr. David Miano from the World of Antiquity channel for creating the initial script for this video. It's more than doubled in length since, with my own meanderings, so think of it as a fusion between the two of us. Here's a word from Dr. Miano himself.
Oh, I've gone fast before.
Thank you, Pete.
I've gone
David
fast.
Miano
I've gone
here
very
from the
fast.
World of Antiquity channel. If you want to hear more about the Maya, come on
I
over
think
to
it's just
watch
that
our
I don't-
entire series, The Antiquities Travel Guide.
I wouldn't ever do it
Series
again
2
now, especially
on
now
the
in the
Yucatan.
year
We explore
2023.
some really fascinating sites. And if you like ancient history in general, there's plenty to watch on a whole host of topics.
Too much to lose.
Back to you, Pete.
I really do recommend watching his content. And of course, my travel videos too. Now, before we get stuck into the entire history of the Mayans, the most ambitious project I've ever attempted, here's a quick word from our sponsor.
Whatever. I fucked it up. I fucked it up.
The great lords of the
Damn it.
classic Maya world didn't have to worry about cyber attacks. Living in a time of spirit battles and magic, theirs was a world before the internet. Today, though, with the constant barrage of viruses and threats to cybersecurity, they wouldn't get far without some
all
sort
good, man.
of defense.
No need to justify it, bro. That sounds amazing, dude.
NordVPN
Thanks, bro.
would be perfect for any Maya aristocrat seeking to maintain their fortune. Or just a regular 21st century human. Utilizing more than 5,000 servers in 59 countries. With just one click, Nord is incredibly easy to use across 6 separate devices and every major platform. It doesn't just automatically scan for viruses and malware, but gives you anonymity too, allowing you to change your IP address to
Dude,
access
the
films,
RSX
TV,
flies.
music, and games
It
available in
flies. Like, it
different
goes so
countries.
fast. At high speed. I
And
mean,
one of the best
at
features
like
is
0 to
that
60
Nord
it's not very
encrypts
fast,
your
but
data,
at
bypassing
like
any
a
potential
friggin'
data throttling
in the
by your
corners is
internet service
crazy.
provider.
Torque
The
steer is kind
Elmos.
of its main
Now, I've teamed up with
Issue.
NordVPN to offer you an exclusive deal.
With the strap
Use my
bars,
link
it
in the
helps.
description
But
below and get 4 months completely free when
wow,
you sign
insane.
up for a 2-year deal. There's a 30-day money-back guarantee. Head on over to nordvpn.com/historytime and use the offer code HISTORYTIME to get your 3 months. Now, back
yeah.
to the Americas.
I bet, man. That's a fucking fast car.
In 1517, 3 ships set out from Cuba.
Vic had the Interceptor.
Under the command of a rich Andalusian hidalgo by the
Sorry
name
to dox you, man.
Francisco de Cordoba.
Toe's actually an undercover police
The
officer.
expedition was an ambitious attempt at fortune seeking. Sailing toward the setting sun in search of new lands and riches for the taking. A smash and grab raid carried out by professional soldiers and adventurers in search of gold, silver, and slaves.
Gyges.
But by this time,
oh, I don't know that car.
some
That's
2
cool.
decades after the initial Spanish arrival
Gyges,
on
that's a
Cuba
cool
and
car, man.
Hispaniola,
Well, what is it? What is it?
both
Gyges.
islands thoroughly pacified
Gyges,
through an
nice.
orgy of bloodshed, providing an easy base
Yeah, dude.
from which to go elsewhere.
Hatchback, 3-door hatch, yeah, man.
Restless men
Dude,
began
I love
looking
those hot
further
hatches, man. You can
afield.
whip them. I used to drive those so hard. In Brazil, man. Brazil
This
has a lot
was
of
the
like
very
little
beginning
little hot
of the
hatches, man,
age
on
of
those
the
dirt roads.
conquistadors.
Dude, holy shit. You're going like 150 kilometers down these roads. It's insane. And then you know you could go faster and like.
But unlike the more
But you're
famous
just wondering,
later
like, should you?
campaigns of Hernan Cortez and Francisco Pizarro, this earliest of expeditions to the mainland of the New World
Yeah, that thing
was
fucking
far from a
rips.
success.
The manual transmission. Just because those like the
After
really
21
basic
long days
ones, the
at
manuals aren't, or the
battered by
auto
storms
transmission aren't
and the existential
geared
dread
for
of uncharted
ultra
open
performance.
Landfall was finally
I'm sure
made.
Civic's automatic transmission is better than a Hyundai
What happens
Getz's.
next, later recalled in the memoirs of Bernal Diaz del Castillo, then a young
But the
soldier
V6
on one of his
engine.
first adventures, was the stuff of nightmares.
Insane.
Floating in to a wide
Sounds
open
dangerous,
bay,
Dick. Tone.
the landing parties were greeted by pristine
Definitely sounds
woodland,
dangerous.
running tracks past pearl white sands, and beyond, temples rising. Many other settlements
But
were
wouldn't it-
spied from the boats as they made
it would be a
their
front
way
wheel
along
drive
the
still?
shoreline. Beyond the tree line, the white stuccoed
I guess
walls
so.
of pyramids and temples towered over the beach. An advanced settlement, comparable to the old world. One of the sites, though now lost, was named accordingly. Grand Cairo.
Insane.
Perhaps near the island now known as Isla Mujeres, named for the female figurines once found inside the temples there. Tense meetings between Maya and Spaniards followed, with small items being traded, but ultimately fighting breaking out. Upon approaching those strange structures, figures began to emerge. And they were far from impressed by the Spaniards. Bernal Diaz talks of priests coated in blood, their hair matted and stiff from recent sacrificial victims.
Honda people love their 4-wheel drive, man.
They surrounded their
Their
unwanted
front-wheel drive, I
guests,
mean.
fumigating them with incense and
They love it.
gesturing for them to leave. Cordoba and his men soon got the message, heading back to the boats, but not before seizing a number of artifacts. And
I
most
prefer
importantly
rear, I'll
for
be
them,
honest.
gold.
All-wheel
Emboldened
and
by
rear-wheel drive to
discovery
see the
of the gold,
difference.
The expedition travelled westward to the mainland, similarly tree-lined and pristine.
Interesting.
Eventually, near the modern town of Champoton, they made camp on the land. As was the want of
Yeah,
their
I prefer
commander,
rear
they
wheel.
set mass, making themselves
Kind of annoying,
at home.
potentially dangerous in the winter.
Perhaps some of the sentries saw it
Could
first.
snowplow in the winter too.
Perhaps they missed it. Little could have been done either way. For with little warning, the trees began to move. A huge army of Mayan warriors descending with fury
Jeez.
upon the newcomers. In the ensuing carnage, 57 Spaniards lost their lives. Almost every other member of the expedition suffering arrow wounds,
Very dangerous,
spear
Canada.
blows, or
I
both.
like to live there.
As the terrified survivors
I just want to have
moved back to
fun,
their
man.
boats,
I just
leaving
want to.
wounded and
I
dying
just want to have
comrades on
fun.
the shore. And Al Diaz could see the victorious
The
Mayans
330 Ci was
dancing
okay
in
in the
groves of the dead.
winter, but that was a really well engineered car.
After days of
Like the
agony,
Camaro was probably
riddled
really
with as
well
many as
engineered
12
too.
wounds. Cordoba himself died during the voyage back to Cuba.
And I had really good winter tires,
Far from
but that has
discouraging
50-50
further
weight
attempts,
distribution, right?
it was the small pieces of gold
That Beamer, that
were
old
the talk
Beamer,
of
the
town.
E46 2003
Just the
330
next
Ci.
year, another, larger, better equipped expedition set forth.
With
This
rear-wheel
time
drive, open
led
diff,
by Juan de Grijalva, the
open
nephew
differential.
of the governor of Cuba, and a future enemy
So it would
of
put
Hernando
power to
Cortés.
whatever wheel is facing the most force. Like it would, so therefore usually the outer
Better
wheel with all the
organised and
all the
taking no chances this time.
G's on the outer
The
wheel,
second
right?
expedition also had two
Man, I
Spanish
missed that car.
Maya on board to act as
But that car
interpreters.
was such a fucking piece of shit.
Captured by Cordoba
Such
at
a
some
fucking
point during the
BMW.
last voyage.
It was really
Al
unreliable.
Diaz again took part.
A lot of old hoses. So BMW, I think they have a law in Germany that you have to use a certain percentage of your rubber has to be recycled. And I think they put a lot of in their hoses, so their hoses degrade through time. So you're literally buying expensive German garbage.
Slash and burn agriculture. A number
It's just
of
so
generally unfriendly
so tragic.
interactions followed.
Damn,
One
that car
resulting
can
in
fucking
cannon
fly.
fire, clearing out a Mayan city.
That's probably the best car I've driven in the corners. In
Mostly,
corners, oh my
the
god, that car is
expedition
insane.
refused to stop.
Kind of fat, a little heavy.
Continuing
3,300
on along
pounds.
the coast.
I think the E36 would have been better.
Ultimately, they landed
Because the
near
E46 had the fly-by-wire
vengeance
gas
for the
pedal,
previous battle.
and the E36 had the cable throttle.
Again, a large force of Maya soon emerged. And Bernal Diaz recalls a horrific battle, fought in marsh-ridden bogland, swarmed by locusts and flies. We can imagine the confusion of the Maya at the reading of the requiremento before battle by the Spanish priests. A proclamation to the Maya in Spanish of the Christian right to their lands.
So yeah,
as they
guys, I
recounted
might
their heathen ways. Thus, in the
order a
eyes of the
Camaro.
Europeans,
I'm not even just like...
justifying the conquest.
It sounds ridiculous, but that actually might make the most
Their
sense.
own holy men, perhaps making their own magic against the foreigners. The fighting was brutal, but in the end, it was the superior technology of the Europeans which won the day. Specifically, a number of
And it's a
small
dealer.
artillery pieces which awed the Maya into submission.
So the dealer is... It's a new car, right? So you get the new dealer
Degrialva
rates.
headed back to Cuba.
But in 2023, that's
Besides information,
5.49%. Oh, it's
he had little to
4%
show for his
with
expedition.
60-month loan. That's pretty damn good, man.
Eventually,
A
it would turn
4%
out there was
60-month
in
loan.
fact almost no gold at all in the peninsula, let alone
$40,000 a
or
Camaro.
even rivers.
V6.
The
87
undulating
octane.
flatness of prehistoric coral sea floor
Warranty.
that can still be seen there in the rocks today, being utterly alien to the
Brand fucking new.
The gold
Seems like a
found by
no-brainer.
the
The
first
last
expedition
year.
must have been
No, I
traded from
didn't.
elsewhere.
I just sat in it. I sat in it, I'm like, this is
Soon
perfect.
enough, rumors
Big ass
of
sunroof.
that land began to circulate. A mighty
I gotta get the
empire to
sunroof.
the north. The
Yeah,
land
man, I might do Uber Eats
of the
with it. I might
Aztecs.
just fucking do it. Yeah. I heard the windows are really bad in it,
Third
but
and
I sat and I'm like,
final
this is fucking
expedition to the
perfect.
Yucatan would be an even more serious undertaking.
Yeah, man. Uber Eats would definitely pay
This
for it
time,
at least.
led by a young
Definitely.
upstart soldier
Like,
by the name of Hernan
with Uber Eats, I'm planning to
Cortez,
make $2,000 a month net.
again accompanied by Bernal Diaz. In search of gold, eventually they'd head north.
It's a lot of driving. That's about 1,000 kilometers a week.
Aided by terrible pestilences brought with the Europeans.
But
With the
that's a
support
like
of a
you
huge
have a
alliance
fucking
that formerly
Camaro.
subject Native
Like,
Americans,
it seems like a
the
fucking
entire
no-brainer, man.
Aztec empire would be brought to its knees in just a single
It's
year,
expensive, but
forever
might be worth
changing
it.
the political and social landscape of the new world.
You're back up that in DoorDash. I hear you. Nice.
Yet,
My
even
insurance
so,
doesn't
by
allow
the time Spaniards
me to do
returned the
DoorDash.
Yucatan in 1526, this time under Francisco Montero,
Traffic and people, dude.
sailing under permission from
Dang,
King
I'm
Charles
sorry.
V,
That's true.
progress would yet again be slow,
Yeah.
and any semblance of conquest wouldn't be achieved for decades to come.
Yeah, robbery used to be more common when delivery people
Real
were
subjugation
carrying cash.
would
Now
take
it's all
centuries, if completed at all. Characterized by a complicated series of back and forth conflicts.
yeah, like yeah, dude. This Uber Eats thing is really interesting.
Of
If you
the
work
three
hard,
major civilizations of
I
the
work
New
pretty
World,
hard,
the conquistadors in the land of the Maya were by
and I made
far the least
like
fortunate.
$600 that week. $150 went to
And
gas.
thus, the least well known today.
2 tanks, so that's $450
Often
net.
operating as independent warlords, sometimes vying with each other as much as the natives.
And I mean, if I just wanted to
Francisco
work
de
more and
Montero
make more
and his
money, I
bastard
could have,
son,
but I didn't.
Almozo are the most famous, still being remembered in their former colonial capital of Merida. But
There's
others
medical
too,
supply
like
delivery too?
Alvarado the Cruel,
What does that mean?
made
Like
tracks
weed?
down the mainland from the highlands of Mexico to Guatemala,
Cannabis?
murdering and
I chose not.
rampaging as they went.
You could deliver alcohol now, but I chose not to do that.
Fielding Nahuatl-speaking allies, often press-ganged into service.
Oh, the double duck, come on.
In the north, it mostly fell to El Mozo to get the job done,
The hospitals. Oh wow.
often doing
That sounds
so
amazing.
in horrific,
What, with your own
brutal
car?
fashion. Notably unleashing his lieutenant, Gaspar Pacheco, to torture, mutilate, and destroy his way through the countryside.
Self-contracting.
Burning
Oh, that's
alive
cool,
or
man.
feeding to his
I would do
warlocks
that, for
anyone
sure.
unfortunate enough to fall into his hands. We're told that beautiful young women were specifically targeted as a reminder to the Spaniards to not breed with the Maya. In one particularly significant battle in around 1535, Nachi Kokom, a local king, led his warriors to war with the once mighty city of Chichen Itza. Then, largely in ruins, having reached its prime some 600 years earlier. Though still an important place of pilgrimage. There, in clear view of the great palaces of their ancestors, the Maya achieved the impossible, inflicting on the Spaniards a crushing and humiliating defeat. In the months following, after a series of hasty retreats and evacuations, we're told that the only Spaniards left on the peninsula at all were 4 Franciscan friars. Of course, the soldiers would be back.
I fear the market will just get too saturated.
They began their attack.
I think there's just going to be too many people doing Uber Eats soon. It's going to be just
foremost
impossible.
centers in the north.
Because apparently it's already kind of dried up.
What the Spaniards thought of the place remains unclear. Little record remains.
I can imagine literally every single buddy doing it.
But based on what they would later call it, the ruins seem to have reminded them of the ancient Roman cities of
I do long deliveries. I take long drives. I choose long ones.
Renamed.
I'm okay doing
America.
that.
Its great temples and
So I can do
pyramids
it quick.
dismantled, turned to cathedrals. Today, it's still the regional capital and largest city in the area.
The long drive people they usually take.
Finally,
This
in
is usually a big one.
1546, when Tutulju, most powerful chief in the province of Mani in the north of the Yucatan, converted to Christianity, the princes of the west soon followed suit. All that remained then was the east, which took much longer, and remained more rebellious forevermore. By that time, El Mozo and his father had already been outmaneuvered by political opponents, little richer than before all the fighting and the carnage began, their fortunes far from having been made. They might have wondered what it had all been for.
Yeah, man. I don't know. The website I found said the V6
had suffered immensely, not just from the military campaigns.
2023 manual Camaro weighs 3,360 pounds, but that might be the 2-liter turbo.
Devastating pestilences like smallpox,
Even then, that's an amazing weight. The V8 weighs 3,600, 3,700.
for which they had no
The V6
natural
must weigh
immunity,
something like in
such as the
between, like
Spaniards
3,400, 35.
developed over 10,000 years
35 is
of
kind
living
of high,
alongside the
and
animals from which these diseases had initially sprung,
33 is...
of which none existed
Man,
in
imagine
the
it's
New World.
3360, that car would be insane. My Beamer weighed that much. I bought that Beamer for
The fact that the Maya could even put
$6,500.
up a fight
No,
at
he
all
gave me for
remains
6,000.
incredible.
In what year?
What would have
20
happened had the Spaniards arrived at the time? of their mighty
2016, I bought that
ancestors?
car for $6,000. 330 CI.
Not a
3-liter
post-apocalyptic
inline 6.
environment ravaged by
It's good,
disease.
underpowered, heavy.
But such is fate. By this time, the world had changed.
Drive-by-wire throttle.
When John Lloyd Stevens hacked his way
What?
through the Guatemalan forests in 1899, A diplomatic mission from the US president.
I can see that doing that in a
He was
Camaro for
interested
sure.
in far more than just politics. The region then
Yeah,
being
really?
embroiled in the latest in a
No,
complicated
it's
series
the
of civil
cannabis.
wars following the collapse of the Spanish Empire. He was stepping into an incredibly dangerous situation. His predecessors had all died on the job. Held up by bandits, regularly hindered by wet, muddy ground, and above all else, ridden by bouts of malaria. The as yet still undiscovered disease rife in the Central American forests. Stevens had an altogether different agenda to that of his official designation. An all-consuming passion that kept him going through hardship and toil. On this journey, Stevens wasn't alone. Travelling by his side stood his erstwhile companion, Frederick Catherwood, a British artist. Over the previous decade, both had travelled to the great sites of the classical Mediterranean.
Green, yellow.
Jerusalem,
Wild.
Egypt, Istanbul.
That's cool.
Spending considerable amount of time delving into
No,
the
I
ancient
like
mysteries
the
of the old
black
world.
because it
And
just
now
looks
they have
so
their
good.
sights on the ruins of the new.
It just looks so good.
Initially training as an architect,
White looks really good
Catherwood
too.
had drawn immensely detailed
Cool.
dioramas
Yeah,
of
I mean,
Jerusalem
white.
and Constantinople
I'm not a big
during
white
his time in the East.
guy
Developing great skills
for every car.
accurately depicting complicated scenes. Stevens had written detailed letters to friends.
White car. What are okay
eventually
white cars? The
evolved into
Lamborghini
best-selling travel
Countach, the Ford GT, the original one.
allowing him the wealth to independently travel in Central America. The diplomatic role
Civics.
from the US government.
Is your Civic white
giving him
or is
the
it blue?
authority and the means.
Type R, yeah. Your Civic's blue, right?
Over a series of journeys,
Like a baby
two
blue.
men,
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
National Geographic
Sonic Gray
journalist
Pearl,
and photographer,
white.
would
Gray.
thoroughly explore the region inhabited
Like
by
a
the
gray
Maya,
pearl. Blue, a blue gray.
recording in writing and
A blue-gray
illustrations the
pearl
remains
finish.
of a once bustling urban society.
That's dope. I'm terrible, guys.
In total, they would visit more than 44 sites, even uncovering many that had never before been seen by Western eyes. Their journeys were recorded in 2 books, Incidents of Travel in Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, and Incidents of Travel in Yucatan.
I like the
the
Boost
latter
Blue.
2 volumes.
Oh yeah, you've done your
Though
research. You
photography
bought the
hadn't
car.
yet
That's
been
why you know
invented,
so much about colors. I'm like,
Catherwood's
why do you know so
background
much
as an
about these
architect
colors? I'm like, oh
allowed
yeah,
him
because
to create much more
he
accurate
walks the walk.
representations
He
than
walks the
most.
talk.
Also utilizing a cutting-edge invention, the Daguerreo type, in their later journeys.
Yeah, just like black, white, that.
The resulting illustrations demonstrated to both the American public and the world just how beautiful and sophisticated Mayan art and architecture really was. To say that the 2 men were amazed when they arrived at the city of Copan in 1839, laying eyes on a Mayan city for the very first time, would be a complete understatement. even in its overgrown and dilapidated state. This was very different from the sights of the Old World, surpassing their wildest expectations.
You guys see me throw the grenade away, forgetting that I had no bullets? That I had to go through the console? That was hilarious. I wonder how much time that lost. Maybe half a second, whatever.
The Pook style that would
Pretty good
arguably
run.
have the
Pretty
greatest
good run.
impression on the pair. For it was here, in the shadow of gods and monsters, that their unorthodox ideas would be set in stone. In those days, an especially popular notion in all circles of life was that the civilization of the Maya had an old world origin.
I have no AR bullets.
Speculation of its
Oh my
roots
god, I'm gonna have to do
ranging
this.
from
If I
Egyptian,
survive, I'm gonna have to do this defense
Hebrew,
without any AR bullets.
Norse,
Here we go.
Roman,
Oh my
Chinese,
god.
and even Atlantean. Most Europeans could simply not imagine in their wildest dreams that such advancements could have been made by the people who lived there now.
Oh shit, what the fuck?
Even after the very first visits to the mainland between 1517 and 19, when assessing the idols and artifacts seized from the coast, the best minds in Cuba and Hispaniola alike
I'm an
could
idiot.
not fathom a Native American origin, assuming them to have been carried to the New World by Jewish colonists in the 1st century AD. After
I don't
the
think I was gonna
destruction of the
survive
Temple of
anyways.
Jerusalem
I didn't have
by the
enough
Romans.
health. I mean, I may have if it was perfect, but
Yet,
oh, I didn't even check
Stevens
the
and
time. I
Catherwood,
should have checked the time.
preferring to view things as objectively as possible, with their own eyes, had other ideas. For them, having the rare experience of spending significant amounts of time at the ruins of both the old
It wasn't
world
fast
and
though,
the new,
so it wasn't a fast run. It was a
the
force
evidence
stuck, and it was a
was simply
very slow.
insurmountable.
It was a slow guard reaction. It was extremely slow. What was fast was running
Those
through the
mighty
console.
forest-born edifices
But we can do
were
that on a
not the
faster
result
one.
of people crossing over the immense gulf from the old world. A feat which had only just been achieved by Europeans. But by Native Americans. With no outside
Oh my god,
interference
guys.
at all.
So terrible.
It was a view that would ultimately be proved to be unquestionably correct. But in the 1840s, there was a long way to go before this was the norm. It may have been a scanty report written by an Irish adventurer by the name of Juan Galindo that encouraged Stevens and Catherwood to head to
Oh my
Copan
god, I can't
in
even
the
believe
first
that
place.
happened.
But they also had another major destination in mind. A similarly majestic and iconic city. One which had been known to Westerners for several decades now. Situated on the other edge of the impenetrable forest at the heart of the classic Maya world. Its original name is lost, but we know the place as Palenque. Like many in the Western world, Stephen's initial interest in the Maya had likely been stirred up by the 1838 publication of a book by an eccentric Frenchman.
That's why.
Jean-Frédéric de Waldec's book, the first modern publication on the ruins, was very much of the opinion that Maya civilization
Guys,
had
I can't believe I did
started
that.
by the arrival in the New World
That was
the
really
10
dumb.
lost tribes of Israel. Full of inaccurate illustrations and outlandish theories.
It wasn't fast though.
It was a bestseller.
I didn't have enough health either.
Claiming descent from the Dukes of Waldeck-Pyrmont.
It may have been like a 140,
if
141.
Waldeck is to be taken at face value, he'd been a royalist and a revolutionary in his youth, befriending the likes of Marie Antoinette and Robespierre alike, before participating in the Napoleonic Wars. Ultimately heading to the New World as a soldier of fortune, artist and explorer. Once claiming to have travelled by river all the way from Peru to Mexico. A claim that today is quite easy
Thanks for
to
being here,
refute.
everyone. I appreciate it.
He claimed friendships with many of the most famous figures of the age, the likes of Lord Byron, Fox, Pitt, and even King George III. Ultimately dying, if his year of birth is to be believed, aged 109. With little way of validating his claims to one of old Europe's most prestigious baronies. It's difficult to back up any of his claims. We do know, however, that in 1832 he spent an entire year living in the ruins of Palenque, drawing and speculating to his heart's content at the expense of Lord Kingsborough, an Irish baron who shared Waldeck's ideas of the lost tribes of Israel. Unfortunately, Waldeck's drawings, whilst somewhat impressive, were far from accurate. Often resembling the old world more than the new. Perhaps a little like the early drawers and describers of the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan, who likened the place to Moorish architecture for lack of an outside frame of reference to go on. Very much looking for evidence of the old world in the new. Waldeck even entirely made up elements of his drawings, either consciously or unconsciously adding phantom elephants into the glyphs. After all, another common idea at the time was of an Asian origin for the Maya. As soon as Palenque had been rediscovered by the wider world, in fact, these wild theories had been absolutely the norm. In the 1770s, having been sent to carry out an official survey, Antonio Bernasconi drew remarkably misleading drawings of Maya nobles in Spanish knee breeches. And at the end of the 18th century, Antonio del Rio, working on orders from the King of Spain to investigate the ruins of Central America, decided them to be Greco-Roman in origin. Taking samples and causing much destruction and looting in the process. Even in 1839, at the same time that Stevens and Catherwood began their journey, a parallel expedition to Palenque took place. This one from British Honduras, led by colonial officials, Captains Walker and Caddy. After a grueling march through the forest, where they lost one of their party to malaria, in their unimaginative report on the ruins, Egypto-Indian origins were hypothesized. And yet, Walker and Caddy would soon be forgotten. As would Waldeck, besides those interested in his eccentric lifestyle. Stevens and Catherwood, however, would win lasting, worldwide fame. their perceptions of a Native American Mayan civilization, along with the beginnings of real archaeological inquiry in the region, would soon take off.
Why?
Though there is an argument that Stevens was ultimately swayed more by his desire to allow the New World to stand on its own feet and not be completely defined by the old, rather than a genuine respect and understanding of the Maya. The result was still undeniably powerful, allowing other free thinkers to further develop the real history of the region. Today, with pseudo-archaeological ideas still in full force, it's difficult to overstate the impact of Stevens and Catherwood. Nevertheless, very much men of their time. They would
Yeah,
attempt
Stash,
to
sorry
have
to
an
hear
entire
about what
Mayan
happened
city
in Hollywood
moved to
Beach, bro.
America,
That's messed up, dude.
along with plenty of artifacts.
Christian
attempting to set
Sandoval,
up a
Christian,
museum in the
he
States,
fled, he went to Oklahoma,
ultimately
he
failed,
lives in
and the
Hollywood.
building containing these
Just so fucked
and
up, man.
Catherwood's dioramas, his life's
Fuck,
work,
sorry to bring that
all
up, but
burned down, leaving Catherwood ruined. Not long after, they'd both
I think it's just
be
an
dead.
isolated event.
Malaria finally catching up
North
with
Miami,
Stevens.
yeah. Sorry, man.
Catherwood, a sinking ship.
I think it's just an isolated, like, crazy
Despite the
guy
terrible
event.
tragedy that ended the hopes of a museum of the Americas, there is a good
Yeah,
case
thanks,
for them
man.
simply having done this out of a desire to save the artifacts. During a time when their opinions on Native Americans were incredibly rare.
I always felt super
During this
safe on
age,
Miami Beach.
Before the Indian Wars had even happened, at the very beginning of the Wild West,
Just 'cause
Stevens
it's
and
just so
Catherwood
beautiful
thought the
and-
natives to be capable of such things.
As long as I don't get
And yet,
any more,
by the time of their deaths,
it's hard to be
besides
sad
architecture, still
on
next
Miami
to
Beach.
nothing was really known of these places.
To rob tourists? Oh, dang. No fucking way. That's like Brazil, man.
Legends abounded of still
Like
yet
Rio de Janeiro, man.
undiscovered cities.
No way, what?
Tikal,
North
Yaxchilan,
Miami?
and so many
What?
more. Soon,
Wow.
they too would be uncovered.
That's
The story
terrible.
was just beginning. Today, almost 200 years later,
Oh, for sure.
other travelers, scientists,
You're right.
adventurers, and researchers from foreign lands have discovered so much more about Maya civilization.
I think there's more police presence in South
To the
Beach
point
and
where
South
most
Miami.
outsiders now know
And they
appreciate
limit
its importance.
access by the bridges.
The Maya were a people
The homeless.
of great achievements in
Right.
the fields of mathematics,
Can't
astronomy,
really.
calendrics,
I think the two bridges really
architecture,
limit the
sculpture,
encampments.
painting, writing, and
People that are
political
hardworking don't really
organization.
be out much working at home.
The more we learn about them, the more
yeah, a lot.
profound our respect becomes. Great discoveries like
Yeah,
the
there's a
city
lot of
of
police in South
Calakmul
Beach.
have only recently been made, and even more still await discovery.
It's just easier to get caught. This is a long beach. It's a long ass beach.
The first Europeans to arrive on the North American mainland often did so by accident. In 1511, atop the towered decks of a swift-faring caravel, state-of-the-art technology for the time, Captain Juan Hernandez Valdivia was making his way from the recently conquered coastline of Panama to Hispaniola. Then, all still thought to be part of the Indies.
Like why?
Somewhere between Europe
Like
and
what?
China. He and his men had taken part in the conquest there, but now headed back to the governor of Hispaniola to level a complaint against a rival. Heading past uncharted shallows off Jamaica, however, the unthinkable happened. The ship began to break up. Ultimately sending 10,000 crowns of gold and untold
so
lives
fast.
to the depths of
Like,
Poseidon.
look, so there was 26 before compared to that 23.
Just 18
so much
survivors
faster.
made it into the ship's lifeboat.
I mean, unless you get good guard reactions on the force stuff, but
with no sails,
that's
and
grind
not enough
even.
oars to go around.
Then you're grinding out
16
dark
men
run,
and
dark
2
room
women
animations.
were helpless, slowly
On
drifting
the
from
force stuff,
Jamaica
it doesn't make much
toward
sense.
the open sea.
I mean, it does.
And unbeknownst to them, to the Yucatan beyond.
What?
With no food or water, 7 more died on the accursed drifting, before finally they were unceremoniously deposited on the island of Cozumel. Cut off from the outer world for well over 10,000 years.
Jeez.
When the priests and priestesses of the moon god Ixchel saw the castaways that the sea had given to them
What's
that
this?
day, they must have rejoiced.
Why?
Cozumel was a place of pilgrimage for travellers from all over the region and beyond, coming from as far away as Nicaragua and western Mexico to seek the blessings of the resident patron of medicine. Thus, the custodian of the shrine, far from assuming the malnourished Europeans to be gods, took the miserable-looking guests on face value as bounty of the sea, gifts from the spirit world. Soon enough, Captain Valdivia and 4 others were taken up to the temple where gathering crowds rejoiced. One by one, their chests were sliced open, still beating hearts skillfully removed for all to see. The bodies were eaten. As brutal and barbaric as this may seem to us, sacrifice was a deeply ingrained part of Maya society. A way of continuing prosperity, ensuring the survival of the universe itself and all humanity. Self-sacrifice by rulers was the most common practice. Elaborate rituals where aristocrats would let their own blood for their people. Living in a different metaphysical reality than us, this was a completely normal and necessary part of life, as it was at some point in almost all societies on Earth. The 7 survivors were kept in a cage, their fate to be fattened up for a later festival. One particularly difficult prisoner had his head split open with an axe. He lived, if it can be called that. In enduring for 3 more years as a dim-witted clown at the court of a local chief. For the others, gradually growing in strength in preparation for their impending sacrifice, luck was
Guys,
with
I
them.
love these YouTube videos. This is 4.5 hours, this one.
Eventually,
It's just so
managing
amazing.
to escape,
I love it.
they
Thanks for
ultimately
watching
came
me.
into
I'm
the
going to open
possession
the door.
of a
We're
more
going to
merciful
play
ruler
more.
on the
We're
mainland, by the
just getting
name
started.
of a Quincus. Seemingly content to allow them to live on as his slaves. In the coming years, the relentless work of grinding maize into flour and disease killed off all but 2 men. The fate of each being very different. One, a priest named Geronimo de Aguilar, would eventually be rescued by Hernan Cortés in 1519.
Oh, the deep ocean? Oh yeah, for sure. That's
By
a
which
good one to
time
watch.
he'd almost forgotten Spanish and resembled a hermit. He would go on to play a vital role in the conquest of Mexico as an interpreter. The other, a soldier of fortune named Gonzalo Guerrero, resolutely refused to return. Having gained the favour of a local king, Nachancan, he'd risen through the ranks as a useful war leader, and by the time Cortés sent for him, he had a wife, children, tattoos, and as would happen so many more times over the coming centuries, had completely integrated into Maya society. He even seems to have helped orchestrate effective resistance against the Spaniards. At first in the late 1520s by giving misleading reports to Alonso de Villa and Francisco de Monteo about the whereabouts of the other, which delayed their movements until 1531. And later with actual military campaign. By 1535, his broken body is said to have been found amidst countless native allies, struck down whilst leading a massive fleet of 50 war canoes to Honduras to fight the Spanish there. By the middle of the 16th century, a mere single generation had passed from that time. And old traditions die hard. The Maya, cut off from the outside world to develop in isolation since the last ice age, existed in a different reality. Of old, their days had begun at sunset. The darkness ushering in the time of spirits and demons. Theirs was a society in awe at the wild world around them, in tune with it. And sometimes that world, beautiful, yet far from peaceful and easygoing, demanded sacrifice. From the 1540s onwards, when mass conversions to Christianity began, the merging of the two worlds had unusual results. Idiosyncrasies and syncretisms often tolerated by Christian priests as a means to an end. As a result, elements of the old faith remained in the new. For example, in many areas, alongside Christ, the Father, and the Holy Spirit, the cross itself was worshipped as a separate entity. as early as the first half of the 16th century, a certain priest named Chilan Anbal was burned alive. His crime? Proclaiming himself to be the Son of God. And in 1560, a single generation or so after the conquest, stranger events are spoken of too. In that time, prophecies had begun to spread through the land. Talk of the return of a great storm that had ravaged Yucatan in the 15th century. For the illiterate, still largely unchristianized masses, born into a world where the divine and the supernatural could very much be bargained with, it was obvious what had to be done to appease the rain god. In the church of Satuta, 2 boys were sacrificed by having their hearts torn out. Another 2 met the same fate, apparently for the benefit of the mortally sick cacique, or chief of the community, Juan Cocom. Those responsible saying the following words:
Lord powerful God, these hearts we offer you, and we sacrifice to you these boys in order that you may give life to our governor.
Crucifixions were carried out as sacred cenotes. In some cases, victims being hurled in whilst still alive and nailed to the cross. Others were killed first and then hurled in. Some had their hearts torn out. Juan Cocom's brother, Lorenzo, was one notable leader of this partial return to the old gods. Personally sacrificing 3 boys by throwing them alive into the well of sacrifice at Chichen Itza. Again, we are told of references to Christianity.
You see the figure of Jesus Christ, and we offer to our gods the hearts of these we have sacrificed. Let these girls die, crucified, as did Jesus Christ.
It's not difficult to see how the teachings of Christianity became entwined with the religion of the Maya. The idea of the blood sacrifice at the core of the faith is the very reason why Christianity took off at all in the New World. And for many Christians, whose teachings emphasized above all else the merits of a good death, martyrdom, or dying for something, was revered as the ultimate way to go. Arguably, Christianity would not exist without martyrdom, it having won the faith its power and support during the early centuries. And emulating Christ was widely thought to have guaranteed a place in paradise. Thus, if suffering like Jesus and dying for God was an achievement, then why not sacrifice? Especially if it could satiate the older gods too. Not wishing to offend any of the deities, there even seems to have been a preference for holding sacrifices during the Christian Holy Week. Though the citizens of Satuta and the surrounding areas no doubt believed what they were doing was for the good of their people, Spain's retribution would be swift. The perceived slide back into paganism ultimately ending in one of the greatest tragedies of the entire conquest. Enter Diego de Landa. one of the earliest Franciscan friars to arrive in the Yucatan in 1549, at the age of just 25. Landa took it upon himself to save the souls of those he came into contact with, by personally walking the entirety of the peninsula to preach to the most remote villages. Fearlessly heading deep into only just conquered lands, where anti-Spanish sentiment was often still fierce. Early on, he came into contact with the old faith. His biographer, Lopez de Cogaludo, recording one incident in particular, where he came upon a crowd of 300 about to sacrifice a boy. Enraged, De Landa embarked on what he saw as the only solution: destroying idols and preaching. By 1561, by then a veteran churchman, when De Landa heard of the events at Satuta, as far as he was concerned, there was only one thing for it. The governor, Diego Coada, agreed. Inquisition. Just like had happened and would continue to happen in the religious wars burning across Europe, Diego de Landa was granted special powers to prosecute and question heretics outside of the law. Much of what we know of the events to follow come from his own writings. Upon hearing of the approach of the Spaniards, Lorenzo Cacom committed suicide. Thousands of others wouldn't be so lucky. In the orgy of publicly executed mass violence that followed, 4,549 men and women were paraded in the streets before they were tortured en masse in the town square. A total of 6,330 were fined, all meticulously recorded for posterity. Some suffered as many as 200 lashes, several dying from their wounds. Others were hung upside down, naked, with heavy stones tied to their feet. Still more suffered the excruciating agony of being tied to the burrow or wooden frame. All the while, priests and inquisitors hovered around the hellish scene, dripping scalding hot wax onto the naked bodies of their captives, as they ever presented parchment and ink for anyone willing to confess. Perhaps most horrid of all was a technique reserved for individuals deemed to be particularly guilty. The mouth of the victim would be held open as gallons of water were poured in. The torturers would then jump on the extended belly. A hideous mixture of blood and water then pouring out of the mouth, nose, and ears. It's not known exactly how many died as a result of torture on that day, but probably around 200. And yet, there was even more tragedy to come. For when the confessions inevitably began mounting up, the purging would begin. After enduring the worst of De Landa's tortures, one of the high-ranking men of the town, Juan Cocom, eventually admitted to having 3 idols in his possession. This wasn't nearly enough for the Inquisitors, and eventually, after yet more excruciating agony, he admitted to 20 more. Only after Juan admitted to having 29 idols in his possession was he allowed respite from the pain. What these idols were exactly remains unclear, but in Delander's own writings he describes the total haul similarly extracted from the leading figures of the town, hidden since the Spanish conquest. 13 great carved altar stones, 22 smaller stones, 197 ornate vases, and, most important of all, 27 deerskin rolls of priceless, pre-conquest hieroglyphic writing. In 1562, out on the plaza in front of the church, where once pyramids and temples had loomed, everything was destroyed. The idols smashed apart. Priceless Maya books, kept in secret since the conquest, burned. Delander wasn't without his own critics. The situation became so controversial that he was eventually ordered to Spain to account for his actions. Though ultimately they were deemed to be justified. The persecutions and purges would continue. The tragedy at Mani was just one example of similar purges going on over hundreds of years, resulting in many areas in a complete severing of Maya connections to their own past. In time, even traditional Maya dress would be banned, the ornate patterns often having meanings and hidden symbols that could no longer be tolerated. When Cortés first arrived in the Yucatan in 1519, he'd seen plenty of manuscript rolls with his own eyes, written on long sheets of paper made from the inner bark of a variety of trees, testament to a once flourishing literary tradition. But as the years went by, their very existence would be forgotten for hundreds of years. Only in the 20th century would the world at large remember that the Maya had even possessed writing at all. Today, a mere 3 or 4 Mayan codices survive. And yet, Diego de Landa is a wildly paradoxical figure. The book that he eventually wrote is by far our most complete source for the 16th century Maya. As much as he worked to destroy their pagan culture, he often talks of them with respect, doing more than anyone else to record their culture, just as he consigned it to history at the same time. He was horrified, yet curious, and this curiosity leading to accurate descriptions of the original layouts of Mayan cities like Tihu and Itzamal, both turned into Spanish colonial centers. The only reason we have any information about them at all. And in the tradition of Stephens and Catherwood, he even conjectured about the Mayans of yore, how their cities had been much larger in the past. By the early 20th century, Though much had changed for the better, most scholars were of the opinion that although the Maya certainly recorded astronomical phenomena in their texts, it was unlikely that they recorded history. Instead, their writing being a priestly, esoteric language, never meant for general use or mass consumption in regular society. This had not been the opinion of John Lloyd Stephens, recording his thoughts in customary, flowery prose.
America, say historians, was peopled by savages. But savages never reared these structures. Savages never carved these stones. Standing as they do in the depths of a tropical forest, silent and solemn, strange in design, excellent in sculpture, rich in ornament, their whole history so entirely unknown, with hieroglyphics explaining all but perfectly unintelligible. No Champollion has yet brought to them the energies of his inquiring mind. Who shall read them?
His words were prescient, because as the 20th century unfolded, his hunch would turn out to be correct. The Maya did indeed record their histories. Meticulously writing of kings and queens, marriages, genealogies, alliances, and conflicts. The road of decipherment has been a long one, undertaken by thousands of individuals over hundreds of years, and it is still very much in process. But great progress has been made. Interestingly, it was Diego de Landa's writings that laid the groundwork. An account of events in Yucatan contained many interviews with Maya during the immediate post-conquest period, including literate scribes who provided vital information about Maya hieroglyphs. But most importantly of all, he recorded their calendar, with drawings of the day and month signs, as well as the then undecipherable alphabet. Ironically, that date from the Maya calendar, along with a written book known as the Chilim Balam, dating from just after the conquest, would form the starting point for successful attempts to decipher the Maya script. In the decades following Stephens and Catherwood's expeditions, with the help of de Landa's work and sources like the Chilim Balam, many scholars attempted and failed to translate the Maya writing system. A major issue being the assumed link to Egyptian hieroglyphics, successfully translated by Frenchman Jean-François Champollion just a few decades earlier. Only when the rulebook of the Old World was thrown out entirely did scholars begin to realise they'd been reading the scripts backwards. Finally, by the latter half of the century, developments began to be made. Notable pioneers of the decipherment of mathematical and astronomical symbols were Ernst Forstermann, a philologist and head of the Dresden Library, who interpreted the month signs and many numerical symbols, including the zero and the Maya long count, and J. Thomas Goodman, a Nevada newsman and friend of Mark Twain, who found the correlation between the Maya calendar and the modern Western one. Colour glyphs were deciphered by Edward Seller, and deity names by Paul Schellus. By the early 20th century, the astronomical and calendrical records of the Maya were so well understood that scholars even repudiated phonetic approaches to the Maya writing system. In fact, as late as the 1950s, it was still being argued that the Maya texts were entirely logographic, containing no historical information. It was on the Usumacinta River, deep in the wilds of Guatemala, that one of the great breakthroughs of the Maya code would be made. Like Guatemala itself, it's a Nahuatl word, thought to have been named as such by the mercenaries of Alvarado the Cruel in the mid-16th century. By his time, it was a largely unpopulated land, having been abandoned by city builders some 600 years earlier. But during the height of the classical period, this had been one of the most densely populated and powerful regions in the entire Maya world. Great cities like Yaxchilan, Dos Pilas, and Naranjo, dominating and vying for water traffic, along with many other smaller sites that they fought over during their long histories. It was at one of these powerhouses, Piedras Negras, that a young scholar of Russian descent worked in the 1930s. Amidst crocodile-infested waters and overgrown banks, Tatiana Proskoryakov would first have the idea that the stelas and monuments found at sites like this were indeed recording historical events. The accomplishments of rulers with corresponding dates. When later in life, she, along with other scholars like Heinrich Berlin, were able to prove this to be true, Berlin noticing in 1958 that certain glyphs seemed to refer to cities or ruling dynasties, one of the first great surprises in a long line, the paradigm would shift completely. Thus far, Mayan writing had been interpreted semantically, each sign being seen as a logogram holding a certain meaning. But the work of scholars like Yuri Kozarov and David Kelly finally established that many Maya glyphs were to be read phonetically. For like Old World writing systems, this is a syllabic script. Work has only continued since then, and today about 80% of the most common glyphs have been deciphered. The pace of progress has increased as more and more scholars dedicate themselves to the endeavour. A breakthrough sometimes generating a chain of decipherments. A major boost in the understanding of Maya history came when a team of scholars reconstructed the royal dynasty of Palenque. Identifying the names of the rulers, beginning with Pakal the Great, sometimes referred to as the Alexander of the New World. Others worked out other references in the texts, like rituals, dates, deities, and ancestors. The result being that an amazingly detailed chronicle of Palenque's history could be revealed. But more on that later. Another team led by Linda Shell and David Stewart, uncovered some of the history of Copan. And in 2000, Simon Martin and Nikolai Grube published a landmark book titled Chronicle of the Maya Kings and Queens, providing the dynastic history of no less than 11 major classic Maya kingdoms. A work Stevens and Catherwood could only have dreamt of. Today, vast amounts of information is known about the ancient Maya. Astonishing amounts. Perhaps more even than most 16th century Maya themselves. Not only has decipherment of Maya writing revealed the history of the ruling dynasties, but much about their cosmology, religious beliefs, astronomical science, calendars and rituals. But where did it all begin? Where did the Maya come from? In order to answer these questions, we must go back to the very beginnings of archaeology in the New World, and of Mesoamerican culture in the first place. One day in the late 1850s, the exact year is lost. A farm worker clearing out a field in southern Veracruz came upon something unusual in the ground. Amidst the rocks and roots scattered in the scrub of the Hacienda Hueyapan, his spade hit something tough and unexpected. Urged to continue his work and dig out what he and his boss suspected to be a large iron cauldron from the colonial period. To the man's great surprise, it wasn't long before a great, colossal eye stared back. Further digging revealed an entire, gigantic head. Crafted of volcanic stone and hidden in the ground for thousands of years. The discovery was the first in a series of immaculately carved Goliath heads that would be found in the coming decades. Thought to represent the kings or shamanic chiefs of a long deceased civilization. Some 2,500 years after their fall, the Olmecs had re-emerged. All but forgotten until that day. Leaving no discernible trace that they'd ever existed at all. Not even their stories survived. The name itself, meaning rubber people, is one given to the region's inhabitants by the Aztecs, speaking of their own trade links with the descendants of that once great society, separated by eons. For it was here, along Mexico's Gulf Coast, that some of the very first sedentary farming cultures in Mesoamerica flourished. And though the situation is now thought to have been much more complicated, the Olmecs are still regarded by many archaeologists as the best candidate for a Mesoamerican mother culture from which all others, like the Maya, sprung. As centuries of study has shown, between around 1150 and 900 BC, the Olmecs came to prominence. With the construction of a low hilltop ceremonial centre, known today as San Lorenzo. surrounded by well-organized farmlands and sedentary settlements. For by this time, the staple Mesoamerican agricultural package of maize, beans, and squash was already in full swing. The monumental construction of San Lorenzo required hundreds of laborers to level the peak of a hilltop. Thus, it was likely achieved by a society with social stratification and a definite elite. The carved stone monuments at San Lorenzo are of the same type as at many other sites in the region, including the famous array of colossal carved stone heads, some incredibly lifelike, seeming to portray specific character traits in rulers. Undoubtedly, they represent a unified culture over a relatively wide area, existing for hundreds of years. Another major site of the Olmecs was found at La Venta, sitting on a salt dome surrounded by swamp. In the Middle Pre-Classic era, between 1000 and 500 BC, La Venta Island became a large and complex settlement, complete with monumental architecture and structures depicting elite individuals and religious symbols. Like the Maya, rather than a singular state, the Olmecs seem to have been organized into a series of chiefdoms. Depictions of their rulers seated in caves or niches, symbolizing the threshold between the physical and the supernatural worlds, is an indication of their authority as stewards of religion, perhaps as well as secular matters. Placating the forces of the supernatural for their people, sometimes seeming to take on animal features in shamanistic rituals as they mediated and travelled in the spirit world. The idea that the Olmec culture was the source of all subsequent civilization in Mesoamerica was accepted for well over a century. But in recent years, as knowledge of the pre-classic era has developed, it's become increasingly apparent that while the Olmecs certainly represented an especially important and influential society, leaving behind distinctive and impressive artifacts, no longer can we say that they were the Mesoamerican mother culture from which all others sprung. Today, the evidence shows that many complex Mesoamerican societies arose side by side, but independently in the Middle Pre-Classic era, beginning towards the end of the 2nd millennium BC, each adapting to their own unique environmental setting. As time went on, these early societies began to interact with one another through trade and other relationships. Thus, no one culture influenced all the others. Instead, they each had their own innovations, which would then be adopted by their neighbours. The Olmecs most certainly were innovators of important practices as early as the 2nd millennium BC, including the erection of freestanding monuments dedicated to rulers, and perhaps also writing, though this is still a matter of debate. Though it's important to remember that other cultures contributed too. It is in these early days, at the end of the 2nd millennium BC, that the very beginnings of a distinctly Maya style can be found. Styles which will persist for an astonishing length of time. At first developing into massive centres like Nakbe, El Mirador and Kamanul Juyu. And later, after their fall, into the classic sites. And finally, post-classic. The waxing and waning over thousands of years. But how did it all begin? In recent years, the incorporation of new technologies like LiDAR ground surveys has completely revolutionized archaeology. Entire cities and vast temple complexes alike being uncovered without having to do any digging at all. In 2020, an aerial survey using LiDAR revealed the ruins of an immense ceremonial centre at Aguada, Phoenix. Built atop an artificial plateau, 1,400 metres long and about 15 metres in height, with 9 causeways jutting out from it in all directions. Having been built between around 1000 and 800 BC, it is the oldest monumental Maya construction ever discovered, and paradoxically, one of the largest. Its existence calls into question the theory that Maya civilization developed slowly over several centuries. Generally, when archaeologists and historians speak of Maya civilization, they mean complex society, referring essentially to urban development. Markers of complex society include significant expansion of population and trade networks, intensive agriculture, craft specialization, record-keeping systems, large-scale public works, carved monuments, and unmistakable evidence of organized warfare. In the early 1st millennium BC, all of these emerge. Within just a few centuries, far surpassing the society of the Olmecs in terms of size, complexity, and sheer grandeur. Maya civilization emerged in 2 zones of Mesoamerica. The southern Maya area along the Pacific coast and highlands, and shortly thereafter, the Maya lowlands in the north. Although these regions are separated by geographical distance and obstacles, clearly shown by the multitudes of different Maya languages and dialects, interaction between the regions spurred on their growth and development, bringing in goods and ideas from far-off lands. This process of the transference of goods and ideas, far from unique in the world, began in the Middle Pre-Classic period, between 1000 and 400 BC, when certain individuals, through a variety of opportunities, were able to acquire resources others did not have access to, thus leading, just like in the ancient Near East, China and Africa alike, to social stratification and political control by a ruling class. Gradually growing in power until they were considered divine. Competition between these communities over resources ultimately led to increased warfare. The most attractive regions, those with prime soil, the best resources, or sacred status, are where most people wanted to live. And so, that is where the cities grew. At these polity capitals, public plazas were built, followed by monuments, elite residences, and ceremonial precincts. This is where the rulers had their power bases, and were the centres of religious, economic, and funerary activities. Until recently, the largest known architecture of the Middle Pre-Classic was seen at places like La Blanca and Chalchuapa in the southern area. Los Mangeles is a site where examples of early tombs can be found. Discovered by the important 20th century Mayanist Michael D. Coe, however, in the outskirts of Guatemala City, between 400 and 100 BC, Kaminayulu grew to become the largest and most powerful polity in the southern area. Controlling the jade and obsidian trade, a huge site that once covered over 5 square kilometers, including a number of irrigation canals. Its remaining earthen mounds are all that remains of the adobe plastered platforms that once supported buildings of wood, thatch, and mud plaster. Though generally considered one of the greatest archaeological discoveries ever made in the New World, today a mere tiny portion survives as an archaeological park, the rest having been swallowed by Guatemalan real estate developers in the 20th century. Meanwhile, great developments were happening out in the sea of trees of the Petén lowlands, where later Calakmul would arise. First, at the city of Nakbe, considered one of the earliest of all Mayan cities. And then at El Mirador, where archaeologist Richard Hansen has worked for decades. Here, immense architecture dominated. At El Mirador, the largest temples that the ancient Maya would ever build were constructed, along with great causeways across the hinterlands, connecting the place both spiritually and economically with its subordinate satellites. The western group of structures at El Mirador is dominated by the massive El Tigre triadic temple, still only partially excavated and little understood, but even larger by its sheer mass is the Ladanta temple in the eastern group. Rising to a height of 70 meters, it is the tallest ancient structure that has been found to date in Mesoamerica, just slightly higher than even the Temple of the Sun at Teotihuacan. Still covered in trees and scrub today, it is considered by many archaeologists to be the largest pyramid in the entire world. That it was built at such an early stage in Mayan history baffles the mind. Like Old Kingdom Egypt, the power of those earliest rulers being absolute. It's still not clear whether El Mirador and Kaminaliuju represent the first Maya state systems, other centres still existing in both regions. Notably, No historical inscriptions or names of any rulers have ever been recovered from any of these pre-classic sites. And before long, their world would come to an end. Something happened in the terminal pre-classic that sent Maya civilization into decline. Economic and political disturbances of a nature we have not been able to ascertain saw the downfall of Kaminliuju, El Mirador, and other powerful centres, and the complete abandonment of others. Perhaps caused by overpopulation, environmental degradation, pestilence, war, or a combination of all. But this did not end Maya civilization. There was still much land for the taking, where people would relocate. The pre-classic downfall paving the way for the resurrection of a host of new state-level polities in the period to follow. And of the people, some went back to the forest. Others moved out to neighbouring centres to begin anew. In 1848, a small band of adventurers made their way through the dense forests of northern Guatemala. Heading north from the remote island settlement of Flores. Based on their names at least, they numbered Mayans amongst their ranks. Their leader, Ambrosio Tut, a Mayan name, was the governor of the town. Though unfortunately, due to an inability to read or write, it is to his companion, Colonel Modesto Mendez, Chief Magistrate of Flores, that we must turn for the story. Near the centre of the Petén, the land was then still extremely inhospitable. Flores being an island of calm within the vast wilderness of green. And yet, out there in the expanse, protected from visitors for 1,000 years,
Dude, I was just lying down.
the great city of the ancients.
I just got back right now. Thanks,
Unlike
buddy.
at Copan, there were no local myths that spoke of the place, it having been forgotten entirely. And yet, it was here that perhaps the greatest of all Mayan cities once stood. Nowhere else is there such evidence of the immense pride felt by the city's elites. Confident in the perpetual continuity and celebration of their achievements. Of course, Tut and Mendez had rediscovered the city of Tikal. Of all the Mayan cities, this one alone is consistently cited as the foremost, in both size and splendor.
Wow,
Today,
Stash is still
Tikal
here
still
too. Thanks,
sprawls
bro.
miles and miles
Thanks,
around.
man.
Skyscrapers looming everywhere you look. A super city in a land of metropolises. The only rival superpower to come close to its supremacy being the Snake Kingdom of Calakmul. But that wouldn't be uncovered for more than a
Oh yeah,
century
listening.
to come.
Thanks, man.
This city was not of the world of El Mirador and Nakbe that came before, but a new one. Very different in some ways, yet strikingly similar in others. The gods of those first powerhouses had failed, and now individuals would arise, of similarly large centres. God kings, now possessing writing. The histories of this new classic age speak of Star Wars, where the usual ritualistic skirmishes to seek sacrificial victims were set aside in favour of total battle. They speak of contacts with the outside world too, warlike newcomers coming down from the Valley of Mexico to the north, from where in later centuries would stem the Aztecs. As well as other neighbouring peoples as far south as the jungles of Costa Rica. The first
Good
signs
times.
of an increasingly cosmopolitan land,
Great thing to find.
open to travellers and invaders from afar. It's possible that references to a great city in the forest, made by a certain priest named Alvarado, lost in the forest for several weeks during the subjugation of Flores in 1696, could have referenced Tikal. But even after its rediscovery in the 1850s, it took decades for word to slowly trickle out, even longer for the archaeologists to move in. In the early 1880s, British explorer Alfred Maudsley came to investigate the place. But it was Austrian archaeologist Theobert Mailer who thoroughly surveyed it for the first time in the 1890s and 1900s. During his expeditions along the eerily unpopulated Usumacinta River, one of the largest rivers in Central America, where he also rediscovered the cities of Naranjo and Alta de Sacrificio. By this time, the immense diversity of classic Maya sites had become apparent, like the river port of Yaxchilan, Terraced dos Pilas, and of course, sprawling Tikal. These were the centres of the classic era, the very pinnacle and apogee of Mayan civilization. But how did it all begin? Between around 200 and 600 AD, after a brief hiatus, a great phase of growth took place throughout the Maya world. In the lowlands, following the collapse of El Mirador, a series of powerful independent states emerged. Perhaps because they were freed from domination by that great city of old. A plethora of individual dynasties were now able to increase their own authority, taking complete control of their resources and people, ever fueled by competition with neighbours. One of these states was Tikal, anciently known as Mutul. Today, it is one of the largest and best documented Maya cities, instrumental in our understanding of the early classic period. And now, thanks to the written inscriptions found on monuments all over the site. We can even tell some of its history. Around the year 100, Tikal's ruling dynasty was founded by a shadowy figure named Yash-Ebzuk. Interestingly, there are indications that he had come to Tikal from Kaminal-Juyu. Just like at Kalak-Mul, home of the Snake Dynasty, where there are some indications of links with El Mirador. On the north-south axis of the North Acropolis at Tikal, in 1962, a richly furnished tomb was found. Burial 85, as it is called, contained the headless skeleton of a very tall man. Some believe these to be the remains of the great progenitor of Tikal's royal house, Yash-Ebzuk. Laid to rest all those centuries ago. In the central acropolis of Tikal sits the royal palace of Shak-Tok Ikshak I, sometimes known as Jaguar-Por, who ruled in the later 4th century. A good example of the architectural style of this period. Remains of a stela were found depicting the bottom half of Shak-Tok Ikshak. His legs are just about visible. He carries an axe shaped like a jaguar paw and is standing on a bound captive. Interestingly, this might be one of the very last orders carried out.
LOL, that's hilarious.
For from the north, in the Valley of Mexico, a Leviathan approached. The great city of the Mesoamerican world,
yeah, man.
flexing its muscle. The
As
inscription
they say,
bears a date corresponding to 376 AD. Just 2 years later,
you've
Shak-Tok
gone
Ikshak
before.
I was killed in a violent takeover.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, man.
By a certain
It's really
Siaj
clean.
Kak, or
It's really
fire
clean.
is born. A warlord referring to himself as Lord of the West, likely indicating the direction from which he had come.
Oh wow, nice, man.
As was the wont of a victorious war leader,
Sweet.
Fire is Born took the throne for
Nice.
himself before initiating
yeah.
a further campaign of expansion. At this time, a central Mexican powerhouse, largest pre-Columbian city the New World had ever seen, was beginning to extend its influence into the Maya area in an effort to more directly control the trade routes in cacao, cotton, jade and other commodities. Of course, this was the age of Teotihuacan. Known by the Aztecs, who couldn't fathom the mighty ruins of their own day to have been the work of mortal men, as the place of the gods. Teotihuacan established a colony at Montana that dominated trade in the central part of the Pacific coastal plain for more than 2 centuries. Its influence on certain Maya cities can be seen in architecture built during this period, clearly displaying Teotihuacanan artistic styles. And Tikal is one of these sites. may be that Fire is Born was from Teotihuacan, or at least an allied power working on its behalf. There is a great deal of archaeological evidence to link the Maya world with that great city of the north. For example, a number of specific Mayan merchant quarters in the city have been found. In the coming decades, with the help of Teotihuacan, we know that Tikal was able to increase its power, to eventually impose its authority over other powerful centers, including Huashactun, Rio Azul, and Copan, where new rulers would be enthroned, subordinate status achieved. From this point onwards, the kings of Tikal are often depicted wearing military regalia derived from central Mexico, like these goggle eyes worn by the rain god Tlaloc. The city solidified its control over other polities through military conquest and royal marriages designed to foment alliance. During the reign of Siaj Chan Kawil II, who ruled from 411 to 456, the first phase of Tikal's history reached the very height of its power. But times were changing. That great king had chose to return to the traditional Maya ways of old, associating himself with the original dynasty founded by Yash-Ebzuk some 300 years earlier. A fascinating document has been discovered from his reign, Stela 31 as archaeologists call it. This magnificent monument depicts Siaj Chan Kawil in all his glory on the front, but on the back is an extensive hieroglyphic text recounting the entirety of the early history of the city. Historic texts of this sort are extremely rare. Further south, in what is Honduras today, lay another important city from this time, Copan. Evidence suggests that a new polity was established here by Tikal in the early 5th century, seeking to extend its reach into the southern borderlands in order to secure access to valuable resources like jade and obsidian. This lends interesting credence to the story from Palacio's visit in the 16th century of a great king coming from the north to found the place. Although there had been earlier rulers, the dynasty founded here by Tikal began with the accession of Chinch Yak Kukmo, the beneficiary of an orchestrated takeover in 426. He may have been related in some way to Fire is Born from Tikal, because he too took on the title Lord of the West. Or perhaps he had secured his authority by marrying a royal woman from Fire is Born's family. He appears to have been an elite lord in Tikal prior to his assuming authority in Copan. A unique source from the site is Altar Q, which depicts the kings in Yaksh Chukmo's dynasty. 16 of them, around 4 sides. One image depicts the great founder king himself, handing the royal scepter to the current king, the 16th. Although it hasn't 100% been established to be his, a tomb found in the Hunal structure at Copan probably contains the remains of that refounder of Copan's greatness. For here was found the skeleton of a male, estimated to have been between 55 and 75 years old. His teeth had been notched and inlaid with jade discs. He wore a Teotihuacano-style shell platelet helmet. His body had suffered many injuries, none of which were the cause of death. Due to these injuries, it's been hypothesized that he could have been a ball player as well as a warrior. After the tomb was sealed, a series of superimposed funerary temples over the years were built on top of it. The most famous of the structures at Copan is the hieroglyphic stairway, completed in the reign of the 15th king. The largest of its kind found anywhere in the New World. Text on the stairs records the history of the dynasty. To the north, meanwhile, the Khan, or Snake dynasty, was on the rise. Soon to be the most powerful ruling house in all of Mesoamerica. As we have seen, the Snakes may have had their origin in El Mirador, before moving elsewhere. A vase listing the early rulers of the dynasty refer to a man named Skyraiser. Who may have been the founder or refounder of former greatness. Now centered at Zibanch to the north. Seen in records at cities as far away as Belize, where longtime ally Caracol ruled. The Snakes steadily grew in power as rivals to Tikal. An early monument at Zibanch is the Temple of the Captives. Constructed in 464, it features a hieroglyphic stairway enumerating the captives taken in a battle by Yukshom Chen, king of Zibanch at the time. When Teotihuacan pulled its support for Tikal and other Mayan cities in the 6th century, ultimately collapsing entirely before long in a maelstrom of violence. The Snakes had the perfect opportunity to capitalize on Tikal's weakness. Establishing a substantial series of alliances with other lowland kingdoms that eventually nearly surrounded Tikal. On April 29th, 562, Zibanch's king, Sky Witness, accompanied by forces from Caracol, Naranjo and Holmul, crushed Tikal in a decisive battle. The city was sacked, its portal to the otherworld captured. Its king probably sacrificed on one of his own altars. For this was the age of the so-called Star Wars, fought entirely for conquest, rather than ritual battle for sacrificial victims. Sky Witness's tomb can be found in the Temple of the Cormorants at Zibanch. His skull, riddled with scars, shows him to have been the veteran of many battles. Shortly thereafter, the Khan dynasty decided to move to a new location. A great royal centre for a great dynasty. The city of Calakmul in the southern Yucatan. Its existence rediscovered only in the later 20th century. the next century, this place would be the dominant power in the region, growing to an immense size. Its allies too growing mighty in the wake of Tikal's collapse. Inter-city competition was a key feature of Maya politics. Maya states being defined by war, the goal of which being to acquire and expand resources, labour and prestige. Raids were often used to gain spoils and tribute. When victorious armies took large numbers of captives, they would be added to the workforce, and the more they could take, the more it would add to the state's prestige. That's why there are so many monuments featuring accounts of the taking of captives. These practices reinforced the centralization of authority and the stratification of society. Success in battle was achieved primarily by targeting an enemy state's subordinate towns, instead of going after the state capitals. But as time went on and various powers attempted to outdo each other, the size and intensity of the wars could not help but increase. And yet, at other times, we're told that wars could be fought entirely on the ball court. Representatives of rival powers playing for the continued prosperity of their cities. Major encounters were usually led by the king himself, he being carried around on an elaborate palanquin, flanked by effigies of patron gods. If an army could capture one of the effigies of the enemy's patron deities, it was considered a noteworthy accomplishment. In most cases, the capture of an enemy king himself would not even be attempted. But in the more momentous battles, the so-called Star Wars or Star Shell Wars, when both kings were present and the objective was to conquer the other state completely, the taking of the other side's ruler and capital city was necessary. And yet, though these conflicts were particularly bloody, even though a vanquished king would be disgraced and even sacrificed on occasion, conquered states would not be incorporated into the victor's side. From what we can tell, Maya ideology tended to protect above all the continuity of a royal dynasty. Perhaps the elites simply didn't want to risk their own authority by showing that a dynasty could be overthrown. Or perhaps this was simply inconceivable due to the semi-divine status of royal houses. So, instead, they would find someone else from the same dynasty to take the defeated king's place. Forced to become vassal or subordinate to the victorious king. Thus, after defeat by Calak Mul, Tikal was never annihilated, though it did greatly reduce in population and significance, monumental projects halting for a time. Of course, it would arise again. Calak Mul's power reached its apogee during the reign of Yuknum the Great, ruling between 636 and about 686. Accomplished by a string of victories against Tikal and its allies, extending the influence of the city farther than it had ever been. But Tikal was not out yet. beginning in the reign of Jashor Chan Kawil, who took the throne in 682. Tikal began to renew its power and its prestige through a program of cultural revitalization, with an emphasis on the glories of the past. Finally, in 695, Jashor Chan Kawil marched his forces against the snake ruler, Yuknum Yichak. There, after a century unchallenged, the snakes were finally defeated. The forces of Tikal capturing a huge effigy of a Kalakmul god. Armies apparently carried images like these as
I
a
did
form
not.
of divine protection on the battlefield. And if an enemy could capture one, it was considered a major trophy and a religious victory.
What's up, Moonraker? Hi. I did not, my man.
A carved wooden lintel found in Tikal's Temple 1 portrays Jashor Chan Kawil celebrating his great triumph.
Your quota?
He sits
Are you
on his
serious?
throne, and at his feet is the captured
I hope
Kalakmul
so.
deity.
I'm sorry, buddy.
The remains of a stucco panel on one of Tikal's buildings, structure 5D57,
Helicopter?
shows the great king Jashor
Wouldn't it
Chan
cost
Kawil
much more than
with a
225?
bound
I thought it
captive
would cost
before
way
him.
more.
Before they were sacrificed in Tikal, the
Yeah,
unfortunate Kalakmul prisoners of war from this battle were put on display for all to see. A clear indication of the changing fortunes of the city. Although it was Jashor Chan Kawil who started the process
Insane.
of restoring Tikal's fortunes, it was his son who finished the job.
That's crazy.
In 736, 2 years after taking the throne, he again defeated Kalakmul in a major battle. With the Snake Kingdom reeling, he followed up the victory with a series of defeats over Kalakmul's allies, breaking up the Confederation. Tikal, once again, was back on top. A position it would hold until the collapse of both cities around a century later. This final phase of the classic era was when many of the greatest and most elaborate temples were built. A final grandeur before the fall. For out in the countryside, where immense tracts of forest had already been hacked down to make the necessary lime to coat the increasingly large pyramids and temples supporting the increasingly top-heavy ruling classes, the cracks were already beginning to show. In the jungles of Chiapas, howler monkeys scream. Trees dance. Ancient mysteries beckon. In 1746, Father Antonio de Solis arrived here with his brothers, their wives, and a whole tribe of sons, daughters, and nephews, seeking land to cultivate and a new beginning. As they began to roam around their new forest home at the far southern edge of Mexico, out in the tree line, they began to find ruined houses. Built of stone, long since covered over and dense vegetation. Some ripped asunder by massive vines. It had been a long time since anyone had lived here. As they continued exploring, it wasn't long before vast pyramids rose up from the trees. They were the first known people from the old world to step foot in this city of the new, dead for nearly 1,000 years. As word slowly trickled out about Palenque, 3 official government expeditions were dispatched between 1784 and 1807. Yet, even so, a surprisingly long time would pass before news of the place reached receptive ears in Europe. Communications with the outside world then still moving along at a glacial pace. The forest and the deeply conservative Spanish colonial administration holding all in its embrace. Some 200 years would pass before intense, modern archaeological investigations would begin.
Why?
This time carried out not by a European or an American, but a Mexican. When Alberto Ruz Lujulia arrived at Palenque in 1949, he wouldn't finish digging there until nearly 10 years later, by which time perhaps the single greatest find in the entire history of Mayan archaeology had well and truly taken place. It all began with the clearing of the undergrowth around the large monumental structure known
Guys, I
as
think
the
I'm gonna
Temple
sign
of
off
the
in 7
Inscriptions.
minutes.
Noticing
I
that
think
the
I'm gonna
lower
sign
wall
off in
did
7
not in
minutes.
fact end at
I'm
ground
so
level.
tired. I'm gonna lie down.
Lujulia and his team began to dig
I might
under
play
the
more,
valley
but
floor,
I don't think I will. I'm so tired. Thanks for being
eventually
here.
getting down several meters to a stone opening and vaulted staircase.
What time is it? At
Due to piles
1:24.
of rubble filling the gap, excavations would have to wait until the beginning of the 4th season in 1952.
1:24 a.m.
Year by year, step by step, Lujulia and his team were working towards the greatest discovery yet seen in the Americas. Eventually, the staircase reached a corridor, laden with boxes of shells, pottery, cinnabar, and jade, an early indication of what could be held within. For jade, most sought after of all Mayan goods, represented death and the afterlife. Up to this point, no Mayan tombs had ever been excavated, unlooted surviving burials being especially rare. Finally, the corridor ended in a large vaulted room, its walls coated in decorated stucco reliefs, traces of pigments showing them to have once been colourfully painted, and in the centre of the room stood a vast carved block of decorated stone. An ornate slab, now famous around the world. Any resemblance to aliens, of course, is just a coincidence. Upon removing the slab, to the team's great joy, a skeleton was found within, face covered in an ornate death mask of jade, eyes of shell and obsidian, his body adorned with all matter of pendants, diadems, rings, bracelets, ear and neck ornaments, all crafted of jade, the most precious material in the Maya world, symbolic of life, death, and immortality. A second casket contained 6 other bodies, thought to have been sacrificial victims, perhaps aiding the king on his way to divinity, as visualized by the surrounding stucco and sculptures. Buried under the forest floor for well over 1,000 years, Pakal's tomb had re-emerged from its slumber. It's difficult to overstate the importance of the discovery of that long-deceased king, ultimately changing everything in Maya studies. Pyramids, rather than being entirely external monuments, could play a funerary role, even containing the tombs of long-deceased rulers. And in Pakal's case, when eventually his story could be told, he'd become the most famous Maya ruler of them all. Coming to power at the age of just 12, Pakal resided over an extraordinary era for Palenque, waging wars and politicking with other powerhouses of the region, like Piedras Negras and Tonina, and engaging in a massive series of construction projects during his lengthy reign. Some of the most impressive the Maya ever built. And yet, no matter how extraordinary, Pakal was just one of a long tradition of dynasts to rule over this influential kingdom. Because, just like in much of the rest of the world, the most important social and political entity in Maya society was the ruling house. Those in the upper echelons possessing an estate of hereditary wealth, both material and immaterial, maintaining power over a specific location for many centuries. Often the entire lifetime of a city. These houses were defined by common origins, kinship, marriage alliances, religious beliefs, and the desire to keep power and status restricted to their group. One particularly interesting facet of these elite groups is that the ruling dynasties were not only governed by lineal descent through both patrilineal and matrilineal descendants, but also through lines of succession, descent of power and property. In other words, a ruler might not be tied to the ancestral founder of a dynasty genealogically, but simply through inheritance. He, and in some cases she, would still be considered a descendant of the ancestor, regardless of the bloodline. Perhaps allowing certain capable individuals to be promoted through merit, rather than simply heritage. Ukit Khan Lektok, the most famous ruler at the city of Ekbalam, was one such figure. You can watch my video here on that city to find out more. Nevertheless, the position of monarch still tended to be exclusively reserved for members of the ruling house, each identified by a specific emblem.
Okay, my friends, I think that's a wrap for tonight.
Royal power in Maya society was based on an elaborate ideology.
Thank you for being here.
Including an
Thank you
entire
for being here. I
worldview
appreciate it very
dictated
much.
both the behavior of the people and the behavior of the ruler. First of all, the Maya king's legitimacy was owed to superior military prowess. The ability to protect the people,
We're gonna read Ninja
and
Lifestyle.
collect tribute from defeated enemies. The accumulation of tribute led to economic success. We don't know
so much for
exactly
being
how
here.
much kings managed the production and distribution of food and other necessities of life. But we know that they did manage the production
I'm so
and
tired.
trade of prestige goods.
We'll get it. We'll get
They
it
also
soon, my
commanded a
friends.
sizable dedicated workforce through labour owed to them by the people.
Thank you, boss, for the raid, legend.
Of course, these rulers tended to monopolise the wealth. Most easily shown in the sumptuous palaces that they built and resided in. Isolated from the rest of the people. The actual physical differences between elites and commoners are often profound too. Being seen in the archaeological record by height differences, showing clear disparities between the protein-rich foods that only the elites had access to, and the ever so slightly malnourished everybody else. A conscious effort was also even made to make the groups look different from each other. Elites using cranial deformation to make themselves stand out as a people apart, touched by the divine. But there were times when commoner and highborn alike got together. During festivals, when rulers would often engage in self-sacrifice, piercing their bodies in painfully elaborate ways to bloodlet for the common good. And at the ball court, a constant in Mayan cities. And neighbouring cultures, as far north as Arizona and as far south as Costa Rica, where similarly ritualistic games and displays were played out, likely for all to see. Ball courts are a constant at Mayan cities, usually being moderate in size. But sometimes, like at Chichen Itza, they are absolutely massive, seeming to be far too large to play an actual game, but just the right size for rituals and festivities. Pok to Pok, the oldest ball game in the world, a version of which was played in the 2nd millennium BC, is still played today in many areas of Mexico. And Guatemala has a national team. While the rules have varied over time and space, on a basic level, it hasn't changed much. A team game with the aim being to get the rubber ball into the hoop, using only the hip to do so. And yet, far more than just a game to those watching. This was a ritual of life and death, perhaps representing certain elements of religion and the birth and the continuation of the universe. Players often died during gameplay, such as one account just after the conquest from Diego Duran. And And sometimes, either the losing or the winning team would be sacrificed afterwards. Like the Olympic Games of ancient Greece, it may have had a festival element to it too. A coming together for societal good. And the people who'd be at those games